All right. Is this working? We've had some technical difficulties. What's new? What's new in my life? What's new in my life? We're getting into it, boys. We're gonna keep listening to some Teddy Roosevelt. We got two more audio documentaries. That's so annoying. That little sliver there. There we go. I'm going to figure out green screen one day, guys. I'm going to figure out how to green screen one day. I'm going to figure out how to use technology one day, guys. Just bear with me. But I think I got rid of the humming, too. I did some trial and error. That's actually why I had to readjust things. Was I did some trial and error. I think that humming that Arjun was complaining about a couple streams back is gone. If it's not, let me know. I can't hear it. I can hear it on the replays. I can't hear it in my mic or whatever. So I know I know it's real. I know you're not crazy. I'm with you, brother. But I do think I fixed it. We are gonna keep going here, playing Civ 5. It's War Day. It's officially War Day. We're about to go to war, my boys. We are about to conquer Indonesia, which has settled in Spain. And we'll bring the screen up here in a second. I gotta send some texts out. I gotta send some notifications out. I did say earlier we're gonna finish the Teddy docs, and I kind of said we were gonna get into Dwight Eisenhower. I've been wanting to get into some Dwight Eisenhower info, but haven't found any good ones yet, really. And what I did find was Oversimplified. Shout out Oversimplified on YouTube. They posted a sick video on. It's funny and informative at the same time. It's like actual real history, but in like a funny way, silly, funny way. They posted a good video on Hannibal, which I actually really don't know much about Hannibal. I kind of just know the general story of like he took elephants over the mountain, conquered parts of Italy, really messed up the Roman Empire a little bit, and actually kind of inspired Rome to be more militarily aggressive and expand further, and actually kind of caused the Roman Empire to start really throwing down. What is this? What is that thing? I don't know how to fix that. Ignore that. I'll just cover on my body. It's not my chair. My chair is there. Dude, I don't know how to green screen, bro. One of these days, guys, I'll figure out how to use technology. I either go too low. Is my green screen not big enough? You can see. Guys, one of these days, trust me, one of these days, we'll figure out how to green screen. One of these days, I'll get it right, guys. Don't worry. People over on Kick, what's going on? Kick.com. 07's in the chat for the people at Kick. Ava Johnson. I have a friend named Evan Johnson. If that's you, what's going on? If it's someone named Ava Johnson 262, what's going on? He or she says, hi there, how are you? I'm doing well. 07's in the chat for Ava Johnson. And Elja Rotz. Says, nice beard, sir. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I usually grow my beard out a little bit more in the winter. I work outside typically. That's why I'm streaming today, guys, is I'm not working. Rain day. So all last week we didn't work because of snow. Totally crippled the economy here in central Tennessee. Just snow and ice, and my work shut down. Much people's work shut down. Transportation was all messed up. And yeah, then we're finally like, all right, the snow's gone, and now we have like torrential downpours. And so again, I work outside, and so work is canceled again. So we're here again, streaming. We're back. We're doing this, and we're gonna keep listening to our Teddy Roosevelt docs. We got 2 more in this series. We kind of did the whole buildup of his whole life, and now we're gonna get into how he became president and him as president. And then I think there's one after that's called The Conservationist, which I think is going to talk about like his post-presidency and his legacy stuff. So we're going to finish that. And then I got inspired by the Oversimplified that dropped. Shout out Oversimplified. Again, they posted a sick video on Hannibal. But I think we're actually going to listen to an actual real documentary on Hannibal. Also because it's kind of like the map we're talking about. So I thought that was cool. We could probably like, as we're listening to this doc on Hannibal, kind of like see physically on the Civilization map. I'll pull that. I guess I'll just pull it up. We'll actually see on the map I'm playing, like kind of where he was and what was going down. So I thought that was kind of cool. And then eventually we'll get into, after this war with Indonesia, after I win this war with Indonesia, guys, because there's no going back. We have to win this war. Gonna have to probably conquer northern Italy and probably have to conquer northern Africa a little bit, at least do some fighting in northern Africa, and take control of the sea, the Mediterranean Sea. And I figured it was just I kind of wanted to go through presidents and stuff, but I thought it's cool as long as we're like doing the Civ stuff and we're in that region. Maybe we'll just look up cool documentaries about like Rome and Spain and northern Africa and kind of get into the history of that area as we attack and conquer and play in that area. So I thought that would be kind of fun. Let me know if you have any other recommendations or whatever that we do. I want to do like Teddy Roosevelt, then maybe Dwight Eisenhower. You know, we did Andrew Jackson. Maybe just keep going through like the cool presidents, you know, all the sick, actual cool presidents we had. Maybe Thomas Jefferson, maybe George Washington, maybe a little bit of John Adams. Polk was pretty dope. I don't know. I was going to kind of like maybe even just go through all of them in order. Like maybe just start with Washington and just go through all of them. But I think instead we're gonna pivot. We're gonna transition into documentaries about like the Roman Empire, the Carthage Empire, Iberia, Spain, southern France. You know, the whole Mediterranean region that we're in and fighting in. So I thought that was pretty cool. But let me know in the chat if you want me to do something else. If something else is more doper. Ava Johnson says, glad to hear. How's your streaming going? Streaming is going well. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for being here. Thank you for subscribing and following and rating me good stars or whatever happens on Kick. I don't know how to use Kick. I just stream there. I just send my stream there. I don't really know about it. Can you say something to my girlfriend today? It's her birthday today. She with me now. I think this can make her happy. She's name is FIFA. Something about that feels like a trick. Are you tricking me? Are you trapping me? Are you trapping me, Elja Rots? Elja Rots? FIFA. Is that some kind of joke? Is that some kind of got him? Got him, boys. Insert the clip. We got him, boys. Alright, so war is happening. So I got my military buildup. I did a pretty good job. I'm going to take this turn to really just finalize my positions, get myself in a good position. I need to get this happiness up if I possibly can. I need to do whatever I can to get my my trade, my economy up and running. It is going to, this is annoying too. I didn't notice this right here. That's annoying. This barbarian camp right here, right in the middle of my road, right in the middle of my empire, right as I'm going to war. Yeah, that's really annoying. We'll deal with that in a minute. Okay, let's make sure my production's good. Let's, tells me you're never coming home. Let's give it up for Zach Bryan, y'all. From what I hear, I don't know the guy. From what I hear, not a great guy. Not a great guy. But man, can he write some great music, you know? You know those people that's just like, you got to separate the art from the artist kind of guys? I guess he did a bunch of shady stuff and it's not very cool. But man, can he write some great music? I'll just stare at the way, orange to all things around. Grass, trees, and dew, how I just hate you. Please turn those headlights around. Please turn those headlights around. All right, let's get into Teddy Dock. Let's get into Teddy Dock again. I think I broke it down before we left, but I just built this city over here. Basically kind of using it as like a staging point / extracting this iron. I really desperately needed iron, so I took the risk and went and got some. Antananarivo is going to go to war with me, see how they're allied with Indonesia. So when I'm about to go to war with them, either next turn or 2 turns, right now, basically as soon as possible, they're going to declare war on me. So I don't have anything really defending this city. I'm literally just going to like let them exhaust resources trying to hurt me. We'll see if that works. But this city is more just like almost just like a mining town / kind of a military outpost base in the middle of nowhere. My plan is to take Surabaya and destroy their army. So as much as I can do to destroy their army and then siege and take Surabaya as fast as possible. From that point, my plan is to kind of take this city, Depok, while also just continuing right here to just destroy and weaken their army. And then hopefully I can just move down, like take Surabaya, move the army this way, take Depok, and then maybe move my army down here, take Kupang. And hopefully I can take all 3 of these cities. I'm going to then destroy, I'm going to destroy these 2 cities, just raze them to the ground, and keep Surabaya. And from there, probably regroup, rebuild a large army, and then really get on with like the actual real invasion. So this is like part 1 is this. Part 2 is going to be me really trying to take Makassar. It'll probably be hard to do because, again, they're going to start coming down here and scrambling to rebuild and resupply their military. So at that point, if I do end up taking all these 3, I'm going to lose a lot of military in the process. Hopefully I can rebuild a good amount of it. But really the main thing is going to be Makassar. So I do think I'm going to have some good success up here at first. If I don't, we're screwed, boys. If we don't, it was nice knowing you guys. I might have to go into defense mode and hide back over here on the other side of the Pyrenees Mountains, you know. At the end of the day, if I can take Surabaya, that'll be a win, and destroy and weaken their army and their military, that'll be a win. Hopefully, as I'm doing this, they start pulling troops away from these 3 North African cities they have. Hopefully, they start sending their military away and or just not funding their military. And I'm kind of hoping that either the Mongols down here or the Siamese right here or even Persia declare war and actually come and take these 3 cities. So if I can distract and weaken their military enough up here in the northern half of Indonesia's empire, if I can really get them to lose these 3 cities somehow to one of these African navies, ooh, that'd be masterclass. That'd be great. And the long-term goal here is I want Surabaya, Makassar, and Jakarta. And if they're just crazy weak, like if at the point where I get Jakarta and Makassar, if that happens, and they're so weak that I can just walk into these cities, basically, I might just walk in and take the cities and just get Indonesia out of the game entirely. But I could honestly just kind of leave them. They're kind of small cities, coastal cities. I don't really need them. Sometimes if you take too many cities, that makes countries mad at you, and it actually weakens you, because if you're not actually like successfully taking care of the cities, investing in the cities, they can weaken you. Sometimes it's too complex to explain, really, the whole thing. But you don't want to take too many cities, but you do want to take the good and powerful cities, especially to connect your empire together. And the end goal is to take the capital. So I have to take everyone's capital, 12 capitals. So if I can take Jakarta first, that'll be check 1, one capital knocked off the books. Then I'll probably turn my attention. We'll see how this goes. I mean, in the war, I could make allies. I could lose allies. People could start declaring war on me. You know, when you start going to war, things start getting messy internationally. But eventually, I'm going to have to come and take this in northern Italy. I'm going to have to come take Mecca. That's their capital, and neutralize these 2 cities. I could honestly probably leave Baghdad alone and almost just turn Arabia into like essentially a city-state that can't win the game, because you need to have your own capital to win the game. So at some point, I'll probably come here and get these 3 cities here, and especially and most importantly, this capital. And that would give me 3 capitals. That's kind of my initial plan right now is we're going to war. Let's go to war. Let's capture 3 capitals. After that point, I'll probably chill and play defense for a little bit. But again, we'll see. We'll see. I could end up in just a perpetual state of war. I could lose and have to go play defense and be chill for a while. We'll see. We'll see how this goes. So again, we'll get into this Teddy documentary. Demon Hunter Bear, yo, what's going on? Oh, Sevens, Bear Sevens in the chat. My boy, Demon Hunter Bear, here with me. That's a real name, says Eldred Rotz. So how much time has it been for you all streaming? You sound like a bot or for it. Are you for it? Are you American? Are you a robot? Why are you trying to make me talk to your girlfriend? I don't want to talk to your girlfriend, dude. That's your girlfriend. Happy birthday to your girlfriend if she's real and it's actually her birthday. Happy birthday. But I'm not gonna speak to your girlfriend, bro. I'm not talking to your girlfriend, bro. You talk to your girlfriend. You do the talking to your girlfriend. I am trying to stage a war. I'm trying to conquest right now. I can't be talking to girlfriend. I can't be talking to other dudes' girlfriends right now, bro. I am trying to conquer Indonesia. I am trying to conquer Indonesia, bro. What are you crazy? What are you crazy? All right, let's go. Teddy Roosevelt documentary. This is called The People's President. We finally got here, folks.
Theodore Roosevelt becomes, at 42 years old, the youngest president of the United States in history.
Roosevelt could never have walked in the front door of the White House.
Let me know if that's too loud.
Never would have
too loud or too soft. Let me know.
One of McKinley's closest advisors, Mark Hanna, thinks TR is an absolute maniac.
He said that he would carry out the policies of deceased President McKinley, but he carried them out the way people carry out the garbage.
From the History Channel, this is Making Teddy.
My boy Demon Hunter in the chat. The general has no time for strange wenches distracting him. Yeah. There's no prostitutes in the camp, all right? We are not having prostitutes in the camp. There's no wenches here. We are at war. We are taking this seriously. We'll have plenty of time for the wenches after the war has been waged and won, okay? We'll have plenty of time for the wenches after the war has been won, okay? General has no time for distractions, other than listening to this documentary about Teddy Roosevelt.
Andre DeShields.
Let me know if it's not loud enough or if it's
Hey,
too
I'm
loud.
Ryan Reynolds. At Mint Mobile, we like to do from $30.
Theodore Roosevelt is inaugurated as president on September 14th, 1901, the day William McKinley dies from his gunshot wound. It's the first year of a new century, and apart from the assassination, there's a feeling of great optimism across the nation. The last 40 years have seen tremendous economic growth, the expansion of American cities, and a rising population. The United States is now the largest industrialized economy in the world. Khalil Gibran Muhammad is professor of history, race, and public policy at the Harvard Kennedy School.
This was a great era of immigration. 1 million European immigrants were arriving in the United States every year.
The United States, once a more insular post-colonial nation, is now emerging as a global power. And Teddy Roosevelt's presidency brings new energy to Washington. Presidential historian Doris Kearns Goodwin.
There's a new spirit in the land, and there's a new spirit in the White House. And Roosevelt calls it the White House. It had been the executive mansion before that, but suddenly he named it the White House on a piece of stationery, and the White House it became. People in the country feel there's life and energy in this new youngest president. You've now got 6 boisterous kids in the White House, making lots of noise, having lots of fun, roller skating on the floors, bringing ponies up on elevators, putting snakes in the couches.
Tweed Roosevelt is the great-grandson of Theodore Roosevelt.
TR was unlike people of his generation. He was very interested in his children, and he allowed them to come running in the middle of whatever he was doing.
He had so much energy. He's always on his feet. He meets sometimes hundreds of people a day.
He reads a book a day. I mean, even as a president, he reads a book a day.
As Colonel Doug Dowd says, Roosevelt's energy is remarkable.
Hair
He is
lower
a completely
on the
new
top.
style of
Okay.
president, opening himself and the White House to the
Is
public.
that better?
Here's historian Clay Jenkinson.
He
that a
set
little
the
better?
world's record for the number of hands shaken on a single day in the White House. It was 8,000 some.
It's part of the golden age of journalism that writers are taking on the social problems of the day, and he reads these things like catnip. And then the next thing you know, those people are in the White House. Then he has 2 hours every afternoon where he's exercising. It could be a wrestling match, a boxing match, a hike in Rock Creek Park.
And his followers
Dude, he's so
are just
sick.
as fascinated with his family.
He's so sick, dude.
Journalists feed on the stories he and his family generate.
Teddy
says
Roosevelt was so
historian
sick,
Edward
bro.
Kahn.
He was the first really celebrity president of the United States. Newspapers couldn't get enough of what his daughter Alice was wearing or the pets that they were keeping in the White House.
His oldest daughter, Alice, was a teenager in the White House, and she was a darling of the people. They called her Princess Alice.
Alice Roosevelt is said to have quipped, "If you don't have anything nice to say, come sit here by me."
Polynesian daddy. Polynesian powerlifting daddy wants to be friends. Okay. Yep. Let's all be friends, guys. Let's all be friends so that when I go to war and
And
invade
TR uses his
Indonesia, y'all ain't mad at me or as mad at me.
reputation as a reformer to shake up social norms both in and out of the White House.
When Roosevelt was president, I think we have to remember how profoundly racist this country was. There were black codes, Jim Crow, the fundamental suppression of the black people and the black vote, and demonizing and belittling of African Americans in every possible way. There were still more than 140 lynchings per year in the United States.
One of the first things he does, which in
Dude,
hindsight is
stop.
quite remarkable, is he invites the most prominent African American at the time, Booker T. Washington, to have dinner with him at the White House. Roosevelt sees this as a moment to put his own mark on the race question by bucking the orthodoxies of white political leaders, both Republican and Democrat.
Kathleen Dalton is the author of Theodore Roosevelt, A Strenuous Life.
Booker T. Washington had a very large network of black Republicans who could deliver votes. And TR had federal jobs he could give to those people. So let's make a deal. Let's work together to keep blacks in the Republican Party and to do what we can to treat these people respectfully.
The next day, the South castigated Roosevelt with very mean-spirited political cartoons. In the South, a black person sitting down with a white person at dinner, that was unheard of.
Historian Edward T. O'Donnell.
Roosevelt had violated a key principle of the racial etiquette of white supremacy and Jim Crow. And the blowback was just tremendous. Senator Ben Tillman of Georgia said Roosevelt has weakened white supremacy and we're going to have to lynch 1,000 black people in order to reestablish it.
At the time, TR remarked, "As things have turned out, I'm very glad that I asked."
I wonder if he actually
The
said
clamor
that.
aroused by the act makes me feel as if the act was necessary.
I actually wonder if he actually
But
said
he did not
that.
follow through on the clamor he created. Leroy G. Dorsey is professor of communication at Texas A&M.
All right, I think we're good to go.
Now,
Next turn,
Roosevelt
boys.
said, I'll invite Booker T. Washington anytime I want to. Well, he never invited him again. Roosevelt understood he would get reelected by making sure whites know that. He knew what the hierarchy was.
We can't let him off the hook for simply saying that he didn't want to sacrifice the party's ability to get support from whites in the South. This was a tricky balancing act, but many white people, North and South, did not want more in the way of addressing race inequality, but wanted more from the Republican Party in the way of addressing class inequalities.
As he was in his early days in the New York State Senate protecting the cigar makers, Roosevelt is committed to battling America's inequality. Over the decades, the chasm between the very rich, the wealthiest bankers and industrialists, and their workers has grown only wider. These inequalities are now beginning to shape the nation's foundations. The country's workers feel left behind from its growth and prosperity. Historian H.W. Brand says, TR knows he needs more leverage against big business if he wants to balance the equation.
This was a time when business got beyond the control of government. And Roosevelt thought that needed to be rectified. So he said, if business is up here and government is down here, let's make government bigger so it can basically duke it out with business on its own
You
level.
mean profoundly
The first
based.
conflict to emerge involves
Eloquently
the railroad.
based.
Susan Bearfield, author of The Hour of
Scholarly,
Fate, explains.
scholarly
So
based.
just 2 months after Roosevelt took office, J.P. Morgan announces the creation of a railroad trust called Northern Securities. It was a combination of 3 railroad lines in the Northwest.
All right, so it looks like me, the Mongols, Polynesia, and Morocco are best buds right now. We're all having a swell old time being best buds. And I'm going to try to make it when I start really doing some damage. This right here, the fact that they're losing, I can't see it. I can't see this, what's going on right now. But I'm pretty sure what's going on is my new best friends, the Mongolians, are conquering Budapest. If they conquer Budapest and I start winning this war up here in Spain, I am for sure going to try to either bribe or convince the Mongols to attack these cities right here and take them. And we'll have that wild card Mongolia. The wild card Mongolia is now my friend. I'm going to war with Indonesia, and to the south of them is the wild card of the game, who is my friend. So, all right, first we want to look at. So, right, all right, war's upon us, boys. War is upon us. We're going to war. It begins. All right. Now, first, I need to really make sure. We'll do that, and we'll stay best friends. So that's a defensive pact. I'm pretty sure when I declare war, it's gonna go away. But what that means is if Japan ever comes and attacks them, I now automatically go to war with Japan. But what that does is really bonds me and Morocco together. And I'm gonna do the same down here with good old Mongolia, if he wants. We'll make a defensive pact. Yes, we will. We're now best buds. Where is it? Polynesia. And I'm just going to go I'm going to do some diplomacy here, some trading, and see what I can do with other nations here before this war breaks out. I need a little bit more happiness. I need a little bit more money. And then we'll get on with the business of invading Spain, of conquering Spain. And I kind of like to go in order of people I like / want to be on my side in the long term. Got my defensive pact now with Mongolia and Morocco. What about Korea over here? No. And Japan's probably just going to be my enemy. I'm probably going to be at war eventually. I bet Japan attacks Morocco, and me making a defensive pact with them is probably going to make me also by default go to war with Morocco. Might have been stupid that I did the defensive pact, but what I want is like our friend points. I really want our friend points up as high as possible so that when I go to war and I start winning this war, I want to have like a high bar so that as I'm losing points in the war, I'm still like going to stay friends with them. You know what I mean? Yeah, looks like war's on, boys. Let's keep using this guy to kind of uncover what's going on in the Middle East. Golden Age, that's so clutch. Let's start up that Golden Age. The economy's instantly back to zero. That was so clutch that I got that. So clutch I got that, actually. I need to come and kill this guy. Oh, yes. He needs to move to Jerusalem. But next turn. Couple turns. All right. Game on. Let's get a nice little save going before the war. And it begins.
That covered an incredibly important part of the country.
This trust creates a monopoly.
All right. Okay. Noted. Hey, Indonesia. Noted. Just between me and you, or you and me, your military is kind of at the laughing stock of the world. Don't let you get that down, though. I'm sure someone will put you out of your misery soon. Let's just remember that. Let's remember this. Let me take a picture of this real quick. Let's remember that he's laughing at me, and is kind of assured that I'll be losing soon. Let's remember this. Fat boy. Let's go, fat boy. Let's just remember what he has to say about me as I declare war on him. Let's go, baby. A maelstrom of death shall envelop us both. All right, let's do this. Turn 297. And I like to keep track of like how many casualties I have / cities I lose versus how many casualties they have and how many cities they lose. The Mongols could use the additional grazing land for their horses. Yeah, they could. Man, Mongols. Wouldn't it be really swell if you came and got some land up here in North Africa? I'm not gonna say no. You want to take some of that land? Hey, man, have at it. Have at it. You should have at it. So another thing is the capital. So the roads that connect to your capital. I don't think I've explained this. So like, see how he has these roads, and they're connected from these cities to his capital city, and I have the same. So my capital here is connected to all my cities, and see, I have this little thing here. It says a city has connection. A city has made a city connection with the capital. So that means I have like an unbroken road or unbroken railroad, or as you can see here, like this city, even though, man, instantly attacking, instantly have forces on my shores. Let me just take care of this real quick. Let me just go ahead and sink a ship and get the first casualty of the war really quick. Let's move him south. Yeah, let's just go ahead and get our first casualty. There's one. We have now taken one Indonesian casualty. But even, I haven't done it yet, so I need to build a harbor. Actually, I have built a harbor. What does that mean? I haven't built a harbor in one of these cities. So I have to connect this city, which is connected to... Oh, no, I do. Oh, because he's in my territory, right? Why doesn't this have a city connection? This should have a city connection because... I don't know. That's weird. But usually, like, if I have a harbor in this city, obviously I can't connect a road over the water, but you connect a harbor to a city that has a harbor that is connected to a road to your capital. So I should have one. I don't know why I don't have it. That's just weird. What did I want to do first? Yeah. So the reason I was explaining that is because I'm going to take this horseman and really disrupt and destroy his ability to not only move on these roads, but also breaking his connection to his other capitals. So if I destroy this road right here, boom, road destroyed, road has been pillaged. His capital is now, these three cities are now cut off from his capital, and that just significantly hurt his happiness and his wealth. And I'm going to try to do the same thing here. If I don't die first, I'm going to try to do the same thing here and cut off his capital from just everything. That would cut off his capital to these 3 cities and severely limit his ability to send troops from the south to the north, but also to like disrupt his economy. And then we're just going to war, guys. And we're going to keep listening to this Teddy Roosevelt documentary. How awesome Teddy Roosevelt is.
Roosevelt does not think this is fair, so he sues.
The case makes its way to the Supreme Court, and Roosevelt wins. It is the first time that a company as prominent as Northern Securities, a person as privileged as Morgan, has been held to account. It was really the first time that people felt like the president would not automatically take the side of business, of the capitalists, of the rich.
But still, tensions are very high. It was so clear to working class people that they were not sharing in the vast wealth being made. So they started to take action.
Emboldened and hoping for further gains, workers now dare to step forward. The next industry to be challenged is coal.
There was a sense that workers should be treated fairly. Unions had been growing in power. And in the first year of Roosevelt's presidency, almost 150,000 coal miners go on strike.
The nation in 1902 runs on coal. And so if coal suddenly becomes unavailable, the economy comes screeching to a halt, and in wintertime, people literally suffer. And so when they do go on strike in the spring of 1902, the owners won't even meet with the union representatives, so there's a real standoff. And as winter looms into the fall, Roosevelt realizes he has to tackle these problems. It's a different world, and we need to make very significant adjustments to that new world, or our democracy is going to go over a cliff.
The coal industry is rich, powerful, and not eager to make concessions. Cecil E. Roberts is International President of the United Mine Workers of America.
In 1902, the coal industry was the biggest industry fueling the economy of America. The owners of the mines became rich beyond belief, but coal miners were living in poverty. There were no laws to protect against child labor. They were getting sick from black lung, being killed in astronomical numbers.
So I will say too, just real quick. So because I'm allies with Samarkand, and I'm allies with Riga, and a couple other cities, right? Milan still? Yeah, I'm still allies with Milan. So you see here, Riga, Milan, and Samarkand have also joined me in declaring war against him. So this like Regan Gallius is also going to attack here. If he has any units, he doesn't really have any units other than these like few ships and 1 musketman. So he's not really going to help me very much. But at least it's just dope that he's not attacking me. His ships could be annoying if they started attacking me, because I don't have a navy over here in this ocean. I have not invested in a navy on this side of the ocean, the Atlantic Ocean. So, yeah, Riga, please. Riga, please. Riga, no, there's no hard R in Riga. It's only the A. It's acceptable for me to use it because it only has the A. So yeah, all right. Let's see what he can do. I took 3 units, turn 1. Let's see his. Let's see what he can do in retaliation.
So many miners wanted to change what was going on in these mines.
While Roosevelt is trying to decide what to do about the coal strike, he goes on a speaking tour in Massachusetts to campaign for his fellow Republicans.
As he heads out on his tour, disaster strikes. Jared Cohen is the author of Accidental Presidents.
In September of 1902, as he's driving through Pittsfield, Massachusetts, a trolley pummels into his horse-drawn carriage, full speed. TR is flown about 30 to 40 feet in the air and lands face down.
All right, lost the musket man.
Everybody who is watching this assumes the president is dead.
Hey, I'm Ryan Reynolds. At Mint Mobile, we like to do the opposite of what Big Wireless does. They charge you a lot. We charge you /switch.
$45 up front for 3 months plus taxes and fees. Promo rate for new customers.
Is a personal digit to learn more.
His face is bruised and cut, and his left leg is so severely injured
Yeah, we lost a ship.
he will spend a month in a wheelchair. His speaking tour is put on hold.
One of his Secret Servicemen is killed. Roosevelt's bruised, his glasses are broken, and his leg is very badly damaged. He has serious surgery.
And amidst this turmoil, the cold strike drags on.
While he's sitting there recovering from the carriage accident, the need for some sort of solution to the coal strike is becoming really urgent. The weather's beginning to get cold, and there's no coal that's been stored up for homes. Hospitals and schools are closing down. There are riots in the streets, commandeering coal carts. There's real panic in the air. But there was no precedent for a president getting involved in a strike of this magnitude. No constitutional right to do so. He was told by his advisors, if you get involved and you fail, as you are likely to fail, then the responsibility will be yours. But he could not sit on the sidelines.
Roosevelt has to do something. And so he decides in early October to do what no president has done before, which is to say, look, rational people can come to rational agreements. So I'm going to bring in the union representatives to the White House and the coal mine owners to the White House, and we're going to hash it out.
He writes to one Republican senator insisting, I'm able to do all the important work, like that affecting the coal strike, just exactly as well as if I were on 2 legs.
In that room, you have John Mitchell, president of the United Mine Workers, speaking for the union. Mitchell started work in the mines himself at around 10 years old. Then you have George Bear, president of the Reading Railroad, speaking for the industry. Bear actually said that God had appointed him and people like him to determine the destination of our country, and unions were unnecessary.
Roosevelt begins the meeting asking, is it all right if I have a stenographer?
So another note, so like my guy is here. I'm at war now. We are at war officially. And so see my guy's health bar is low. His health bar down here is a little low. I'm going to raid. You can raid and pillage these. You can pillage these squares that he owns that have been developed. So see, I'm going to like pillage. It's going to not only give me some gold, it's going to destroy this square. He's no longer going to get this wine or the gold from the wine. I am now also going to like get my health up. So there's a lot of strategy in like pillaging your enemy's stuff. You get money. So see, I got 13 gold. I got my health bar up, and then he now has less resources and less money. So that's also what I'm going to do with this horseman. If I can keep him alive, is almost just send him down here. Just these two guys. So this crossbowman and this horseman are going to basically just kind of start pillaging and destroying his road, taking some of his like undefended units and just kind of messing up his economy here in the South, distract him and mess him up a little bit. The main goal here really, honestly, is to really mess up his economy and his happiness and destroy as much of his army as possible. And hopefully I can take this city pretty quickly. I need to get this cannon in place so that it can actually help. This cannon is going to do a lot of the damage. I need this other cannon to come here and do a lot of the damage. I have a third cannon here. So hopefully I can get this city pretty quickly before we can really send in any reinforcements. And so far I did do a really good job of, see, I've kind of successfully blocked off with my military here. He's not really going to be able to send these guys up to help this city. So this city is pretty much lost. I just need to take it as fast as possible so I don't lose many of my troops or get too much damage. And then I can start taking, sending my troops and kind of focusing on Deepak over here. And kind of just doing the same thing. Almost containing right here, containing this road and making sure he can't reinforce what I'm doing up here. So, yeah, that's what's going down.
Notes. Both sides agree to this, but not much else.
The meeting ends in terrible failure.
The one thing that's I'm at a bad disadvantage is I really don't have a navy at all. I have a super outdated, almost non-existent navy, and I have 5 trade routes from this city to various cities. And see, he's got ships. He's got ships that can move and are a little more advanced. And he can come find these ships and destroy them and really hurt my economy. So I actually am going to build a caravel. I'm building 2 caravels right now in this city, kind of scrambling to almost just kind of help me defend my cargo ships a little bit. But really my next technology is the first 2 major player Navy ships, the frigate and the privateer. Once I can, and see, this is why it was so crucial for me to get iron, because how the navigation, I can't build the frigates without using one of my iron. So now that I've acquired 10 iron up here, that was why this was so important, was coming to this city, building it, and getting this 6 iron right here, was to get a hold of 10 iron right here. I actually think I have 8. I think I'm getting 2 from a trade deal, so that's not going to like be permanent. So I think kind of permanently I have 8 as of right now, iron. And when I get this, I'm going to build these 2 ships, and then I'm going to start building a bunch of frigates. And when I finally get on with building like an actual navy down here from these 2 cities, Ephesus and Philippi, I'm going to scramble to build a big navy so that I can actually be the one that can start patrolling the sea here. You know, kind of cut him off from access, like basically cut him off from being able to move troops and ships back and forth. And then I need to be the one that's cutting his trade ships off. So I might lose some trade ships and it might hurt. I'm almost just crossing my fingers and hoping that it does not happen. He has to land on this ship. So if he moves a ship to this tile where he is, he can sink this ship. It's undefended. He doesn't even get any damage from it. He can just move in, destroy the ship. I lose money, cripples my economy a little bit. This doesn't cripple, but it hurts my economy, you know. And so I'm at a disadvantage as of right now, but give me like 20 turns, 30 turns, and I'll have an actual navy that will return the favor. And then I'll just rebuild any missing cargo ships that do get sunk. So that's the one thing that I'm actually kind of nervous about, is he could really do some damage to me right now by sinking these ships. So I actually do need to like use my city and all the firepower I possibly can to sink as many of these ships as possible right now. I did sink that ship, right? So that's one more. Did I? No, I did not sink that ship. It's still there. I almost sank that ship. Yeah, so that's it. So yeah, I'm just going to continue, again, kind of sending, I might send all 3 of these guys. I don't know about this guy yet. I'm kind of almost like pausing on him. But I'm definitely going to send these 2, maybe this 3rd guy down here to the south to kind of like pillage some of his squares, hopefully disrupt some of his trade routes, continue just kind of disrupting his roads and his travel, and kind of distract. I mean, if I have some guys near his capital causing some damage, he's going to have to take some of his military units to come kill me. And that's just going to take him turns and times and resources and cause damage taking care of these units, while I just continue to wreak havoc up here in the north. So that's kind of what I'm doing right now. Yeah, back to the dock.
However, he reads in the notes, and he realized that the attitude of the coal barons was obstinate, and the attitude of the Union Guide was willing to come forth to some sort of solution.
TR wonders if he can shift public opinion by making these meeting notes public.
So he sends the transcript to the government printing office, turning the Steto's notes into a pamphlet, which is then ready by midnight to give to the press the next morning so that it can be in all their newspapers. And it changes the public mood. Now they felt much more sympathy for the strikers. They felt angry at the arrogance on the part of the coal operators.
So angry that violence erupts at union protests.
Coal and iron police private guards came to the scene, and it essentially was kind of a melee of rock and stone throwing, shots fired.
Roosevelt has staked out new territory by siding with the unions, and now he decides to take an even bigger risk.
Lincoln really was, for TR, a hero. And in the biggest crisis of his own presidency, the coal strike, Roosevelt somehow managed to read this multi-volume work by Nicolay and Hay on Abraham Lincoln, and he took solace from the notion that there were times when Lincoln had to break precedent, where he had to act without the law being on his side, and it was necessary because he had to be a steward of the people. And so Roosevelt decides, I'm going to send troops in to take over the mines and operate them on behalf of the people. I think he can say to himself, Lincoln would do this if he needed to.
Lincoln,
So this is kind of one thing I don't really like about Teddy.
including at times, strained the Constitution to a breaking point.
I trust that he did what's right, but also I don't want my president just because he feels like he should, because he feels it like it's the right thing to do, breaking the law and ignoring the law, you know.
It's either implied or specifically stated. And in this case, he specifically stated it. He said, if you all don't agree, well...
So that's very interesting. This is actually an interesting development. This is an interesting development. We'll see what kind of comment. He's attacking my guys. I almost kind of sent that as like a suicidal force there. Like literally to distract him so that he's going to do this. Exactly what he's doing is spending his time and units taking out that outdated unit of mine. These pikemen, so like if you can see that pikeman that just got captured here, he's going to go away. They just killed him. And this pikeman they're outdated. They're weak. I almost just want them to die. So if you ever see me moving these pikemen around, I'm almost using them strategically as like distractions and disruptors. I actually want them to die because it'll free up more money for me. It'll cost me less in like maintenance. And almost I'm just using them strategically as like maybe to pillage some stuff, maybe to distract them, maybe to like kind of throw them off. Same with this knight. This knight is almost also outdated as well. See, no, dude, I'm not. Kamehameha's my bro, dude. He's my gym bro. My gym bro is not. I don't want to go to war with you against my gym bro. How dare you? How dare you? So that's what was happening there. That pikeman, I'm actually glad he died. Not glad. I'm not trying. I'm not suicide mission. These aren't kamikaze guys, but basically, I'm moving them strategically around, assuming they're gonna die. They're basically being used as like distractions and flanking, and maybe to pillage some stuff. So yeah, and then kind of the same with this knight. This knight is almost outdated. It's about equal to this lancer, maybe a little less. But the knight has fast movement, and again, I'm just going to use him to disrupt these roads and cause some distraction here in the south of his empire. Is kind of what I'm doing with this pikeman and this knight. I'm just basically trying to get as much turns as I can out of them. Going to pillage some of this stuff, distract them, make them spend and use some of these military units chasing me down and defeating me. Again, this pikeman here, I'm just, again, moving him around. Almost just as distractions and diversions, maybe get some wealth out of it, some help out of it. The real thing are these musketmen are really the firepower I have right now, the highest firepower kind of in the game. And eventually they'll be upgraded to riflemen, and after that, great war infantry, and that's when like the fighting really begins. When we get to the point where we have great war infantry and these cannons get upgraded into artillery, that's when the wars get nasty. That's when they get really complicated. Not really. I mean, it's a video game, guys. It's not super complicated, but that's just when the stakes are upped, I guess, is what I should say. So there's one more. He took one from me. So I have lost 4 so far. I have taken 8. So I am 2 for 1 right now. For every one guy I have lost, I've killed 2 of his, which is pretty good so far. And see, this barbarian came out of nowhere and took my... this barbarian pillaged my iron. And now you see I went from 10 to 4. I dropped an iron because now... Because that barbarian pillaged that tile, it took away my ability to make money or to use the resource that is on that tile. So now I have to divert this worker to come fix this, to unpillage, to undo the pillaging. And what was I gonna say? What happened? Someone went to war, right? So yeah, this was interesting. So Japan clearly wanted to go to war with Arabia, and they went around the world. So what happened was they went around and they asked everyone, just like I did, hey, I'm going to war with Arabia. Do you want to come with me? And apparently Indonesia said yes. And I'm guessing they made that trade deal 10 turns ago. So you can do that. You can say, yeah, I want to go to war with you, but in 10 turns. And you can back out, but usually you don't want to because you'll lose a lot of friend points. So my guess is 10 turns ago when Indonesia was sitting around doing nothing, Japan came to him and said, hey man, in 10 turns you want to go to war with me against Arabia? He said yes, and now look, he is, even though he's like about to start losing cities and have his army crippled and crushed in the northern half of his empire, he is now by contract, by agreement, going to war with Arabia, and it doesn't make sense. But it's really good for me, actually. It's actually like really, really good for me that they just did that, and really stupid that Indonesia did that. So I really lucked out on that. And I'm going to write this down, take all these notes. When war breaks out, I like to really take notes on what's going down and what's up so that I can remember in the future what was going on, who was fighting who. Indonesia. And also what turns. Again, the game doesn't do a good job of letting you look up like this history, so I kind of take manual notes on it myself. Turn 299. All right. Yeah, let's adopt this policy. This is so clutch that I got this. This policy is going to significantly reduce the costs, the maintenance costs of roads and railroads, and you're going to see. Watch how much. I hope it's a lot, but this number should go up big time right now, which is really going to help me catch up on my sciences and catch up on my economy and my production. This was very clutch that I got this. You get it by accumulating these points over here. So yeah, let's see. 24, that's pretty good. But now that I'm not anywhere near a deficit, especially because I could potentially be losing these trade ships, these cargo ships, that was clutch that I got that then and there. Yeah, what's it going to do? So yeah, let's go ahead and destroy that ship. We really need to destroy as many ships as we can of his so that he doesn't destroy my trade ships. And we really need to take this city as fast as possible. So if I take this city also, so see how he has a he has a knight in his city. So I can't attack that knight, which it's strategic. So if you're being sieged, he has his ship inside of the city, like docked in the city, and he has this knight inside of the city. So every turn that my units are over here fighting and attacking and sieging him, he can use this knight and attack me. I can defend that attack a little bit and cause a little bit of damage, but I can't attack his knight. I can only attack the city overall, like the overall health bar of the city. I also can't attack this galleass, which also can fire projectiles. So he can attack me in 3 ways: from this ship, from this knight, and all I can do is attack the city overall. So what I need to do is take this city as fast as possible, because if I take this city, this guy's automatically killed, this guy's automatically killed, and I get control of the city. He also has this galleass, which is annoying. It's annoying that he has ships over here in this ocean. But yeah, again, if I can take this city as fast as possible, I can claim 2 significant military pieces and control over his city. So again, that's kind of my goal right now, is to really quickly here get this city. And the cannons have to get close enough to fire, obviously. They have to be within range. They're really slow and really defenseless, though. So this galleass is probably going to start attacking this cannon. I should be able to get this city in like 2 or 3 turns, hopefully. But I need him not to kill my cannons in order for me to do that. And I need to continue cutting him off from sending troops back up here. So yeah, I need to go there. Really, really cut off, like choke point access is this road, which again was kind of my original strategy, was make it so he can't send these units up this road to come lift the siege of Depok and Surabaya. So we're looking good so far, guys. So far, so great. We're not even doing good right now. We're in a great position right now. A significantly good position right now. And especially because his stupid self just went to war with Arabia. Like, what are you doing, dude? What do you think you're gonna like float an army all the way over here and get this? What he needs to be doing is going to war with either Siam or, honestly, if anything, Mongolia. Mongolia is actually probably their biggest threat right here in these three cities. He's going to need to defend these three cities from Mongolia, or what he should be doing is bringing the fight to them in these cities. But hopefully I can just do so well right now, cause shockwaves throughout his empire, that he's scrambling to build armies, and he's scrambling to move his armies and forces out of this North African cities back to his homeland and try to really start building up and protecting Jakarta, maybe try to like send some units up here to fight back against me, lift the sieges that I'm about to undertake. And hopefully when that happens, he pulls away his forces, and that just leaves these cities totally defenseless up here, and either Siam declares war or Mongolia declares war. That's really my big hope here. But yeah, again, so far so great. I need these cannons not to die. I need to take this city as fast as possible. And we're looking pretty good, guys. We're looking pretty dang good, if I do say so. Pretty dang good. So let's get back to Teddy. Let's get back to Teddy, boys.
Maybe the federal government's going to have to nationalize the mines and force the workers back as federal employees.
But before setting those plans in motion, Roosevelt decides to try his one remaining option.
And that was to turn to John Pierpont Morgan, the man who he was fighting in the courts, but also the only man, really, who had any influence over the coal mine owners.
In Pennsylvania, the Reading Railroad owned the mines, and guess who owned the Reading Railroad? J.P. Morgan. So he had to have authority to help settle the strike.
Morgan was starting to understand that there could be unrest, that there could be disorder, that there could be chaos, and that would be bad for business and bad for the country. So Roosevelt sent Elihu Root to New York, and on board Morgan's yacht, they drafted an agreement that created an independent commission to mediate a settlement to the strike.
The owners agree to it. The union agrees to it. The coal strike comes to an end.
The hospital's open again, the schools are open, people have warmth for the winter, and the country loves it. They love the idea that their president has intervened on behalf of the people, and he's a hero. In 1903, building on his success in the coal strike, he decides to take on big business again and create a government agency that will have powers to look into the books of private industry, so that he will understand if there are corporations that are not playing by the rules of the game, that are violating antitrust. This is a big deal.
The Wall Street Journal later publishes a summary
Coffee
of
Grounds,
Roosevelt's call
07.
against, quote,
Bear 7's in the chat. Coffee.
gross and
Hope all is
corrupting
well.
extravagance, the misuse of
We are at war,
fortunes,
brother.
the indifference to
War
law,
is upon
the
us.
growth of graft, and the
War
abuses
is
of great
upon us.
corporate power. Roosevelt writes, I am amused at the short-sighted folly of the very wealthy men. And I am
See, he's going for
deeply
my
concerned
cannon.
to find out how large a proportion of them stand
And he got it.
corrupt
That sucks.
and dishonest.
That sucks.
After taking on the railroads and coal,
That's unfortunate. I really needed that cannon. I really needed all my cannons to not
Theodore Roosevelt
die.
always maintained that there were good businesses and bad businesses who used terrible anti-competitive tactics. John D. Rockefeller was one of the worst, most ruthless businessmen. His company, Standard Oil, had accrued an empire by literally burning the competitors down, or by buying them out or running them out.
Roosevelt's a fighter. He's always a fighter. Now the fight is escalating. He had taken on J.P. Morgan earlier. Now he's taking on J.D. Rockefeller, perhaps the biggest character in this battle, the Goliath to David.
John D. Rockefeller was the world's first billionaire, and his influence knows no bounds.
One of the reasons why Roosevelt says these powerful people are dangerous is they are meddling in politics. They have the power and the money to buy state legislatures, to buy senators. And so Roosevelt, at a certain point, learns that John D. Rockefeller is allegedly doing just that. He's using his power and his wealth to influence members of Congress. Roosevelt tries to expose Rockefeller's shenanigans in order to illustrate that this is the undemocratic activities that unchecked big business is capable of.
As Congress was discussing the bill, Roosevelt was getting pretty frustrated. But Roosevelt was masterful when it came to the press. He was friends with lots of journalists, and he would invite a few selected reporters in for a kind of strange ritual he had to talk while he was being shaved.
Americans in the late 19th century grow increasingly worried
being
about the
shaved.
power of big business. People like John D.
You really had to phrase
Rockefeller,
it like that?
J.P. Morgan, Andrew Carnegie, and many of these other industrialists, critics call them robber barons, are seen as really dangerous people because of the power that they possess. And so when Roosevelt comes to office, he's aware of this growing concern, and he decides to do something about it.
In the early days of 1903, Roosevelt brings a bill before the Congress to create a Bureau of Corporations, which would have the power to regulate big business.
He wasn't against big business. He was simply against big business if it didn't play by the rules of the game. But there's a huge outcry on the part of business. The corporations start sending telegrams to the Republican senators. Kill this bill. You must do that. You owe us. You are our party. So Roosevelt uses Rockefeller as the symbol of big business.
The Bureau of Corporations bill is in real danger. TR struggles to find a way to get it passed in Congress. Then he realizes that while he can't show evidence of Rockefeller's corrupting powers, the newspapers might be able to convince the public of this behavior just by writing about it. Roosevelt likes to hold press briefings by inviting reporters in while he is being shaved. So that's what he does. TR complains that he can't get his bill passed with so many senators in Rockefeller's pocket. He quips, well, you know, when they call the roll at Senate, certain senators don't know whether to answer present or not guilty. And he leaks a few names. The story makes front page news.
So the story comes out, and then no self-respecting senator is able to vote against that bill, fearing that they're going to look like they're just slavishly under the control of J.D. Rockefeller. So they vote for the bill, and it passes.
Roosevelt has this vision that government needs to act as a regulatory agent, as an agent that will make sure that businesses do what businesses are supposed to do.
Roosevelt understands that he has to educate and shape public opinion. He uses the bully pulpit, which he names. He's the first one to call it the bully pulpit. You know, and bully doesn't mean bully, mean. It means wonderful, splendid, a great platform that the president has.
Roosevelt used it to get his message out that the presidency and the federal government is about ensuring that people have a fair shot.
This is a new idea. Previous generations did not feel or expect that the government would look out for them.
The sea change and the idea that, yes, the federal government is responsible for the individual American citizen, that is a vast change from only a few years before. And he changed American foreign policy as well.
Roosevelt felt Britain, France, the United States, the great powers of the world, should divide up taking care of the world. And for America...
All right. Quick update. So, lost the cannon. That was kind of brutal. That actually hurt. I was actually hoping he wouldn't. Hoping to get away with that. So I'm down to 2 cannons total. At least here in the siege. I got a third one right here, snaking down. And I'm going to have to really, I'm trying to load up and build a bunch of cannons. Cannons are really going to be my my playmakers. And I really need to get my happiness up. My economy's finally looking great. And like I was saying, it actually is crazy how when you go to war, your economy gets better. You'll see that. You'll see that as the game goes on. It's like it almost incentivizes you to go to war, which is nuts. Makes sense. It starts making like actual wars in real life make sense, why people are always going to war and stuff. But we're going to carry on again. We need to take Surabaya as fast as possible. We can then almost kind of chill and regroup for a second and then slowly but surely keep killing as many of his units as possible here. Kind of staying above. I need to stay above. I need for every one that he kills of mine, I want to kill at least 1 or 2 or 3. I need to be like at least even or positive in this area, which is kind of going to be where a lot of fighting is going to be happening, I'm assuming. as he starts to reinforce and send troops up here to the north along this road. And then I need to strategically siege and conquer Deepak. That's my next objective after I hurry up and take Surabaya. And I'm really hoping he doesn't take this cannon also. He's probably going to kill this musket man. That's fine. The musket men are kind of... They're strong, they're powerful, they're needed. But honestly, right now, what I need are the cannons to attack these cities so that I can actually take them. So yeah, Coffee Grounds is rained out of work today. So I'm hanging at the house with the little man. Life is good, dude. Hey, man. God is great, bro. God is so great. Dude, God's so dope. Dude, God's so dope. What's up, Demon Hunter? You on BTA? Beartari Times app. Definitely get on BTA, guys. I am on there, but unfortunately not often. I'm on Telegram more often than not.
Having a passageway from the Atlantic Ocean to the Pacific Ocean was of paramount importance.
Opening a passageway through the Americas to link east and west would create new opportunities just where Roosevelt wanted them, right at home.
The Panama Canal was a priority for Theodore Roosevelt for military reasons. Secondly, it would be incredible for American commerce. You wouldn't have to go all the way around. It was a shortcut.
Just travel between the eastern coast and the western coast of the United States would be cut by 8,000 miles. Literally cutting a month off of travel time had major national security implications for a young nation that's just stepped on the scene as a world power.
But the proposition was not without complications.
The French had tried to dig a Panama Canal from 1881 to 1889, and it's an abject failure. So it sits there, just a ruined shell of what could have been. For Theodore Roosevelt, this is an opportunity.
Panama at the time was not an independent country. Panama was part of Colombia. The Panamanians had risen in revolt every few years against Colombian dominance. So to build a canal, you had to conclude a treaty with Colombia. But Colombia understood that this was its greatest asset in the world. How much is the United States willing to pay for this? So Colombia rejects the treaty. Roosevelt goes ballistic. They are highwaymen. They're bandits.
Roosevelt's interest in the Panama Canal is twofold. One is it's a monumental undertaking. 20 years earlier, the French had tried to build a canal and had failed. But for Roosevelt, in his sense of American destiny, said we have to build the canal. And this also fit into his geopolitical vision, which is that his presidency would be the one that would announce to the world and make it real that America was not just an Atlantic power, it is both an Atlantic and now a Pacific power.
It's clear that Colombia is not going to cooperate with Roosevelt's vision. TR realizes that the partner he needs for this deal is actually Panama. But for that to be possible, Panama would need to become an independent country.
Now a plan is hatched that Panama will once again declare its independence, will rise up in revolt against both.
All right, we are going to take Surabaya.
Will be sent down to...
Welcome to the Christian Empire, the Christian Ethiopian Empire, Surabaya. That's going to destroy this galleass, and it's going to give me this city. Surabaya, baby. Welcome. For right now, let's create a puppet. We're going to make it a puppet state, and eventually we'll take it over. After the main fighting is done. We eventually will take it back. Oh, I did not want to do that. That was an accidental click, guys. That was a bad move. That was a bad one, but we'll make it work. And so the more cities you take, so see how it says it's in resistance for 5 turns. So basically, they don't like that I'm, for at least a little bit, they don't like that I just took over. Their people don't like me, don't trust me yet. I just besieged their city, conquered their city, So they actually deplete my happiness. So the more cities you take, you almost don't want to take too many cities too quickly because it really makes your happiness go down. And I'm really struggling right now with my happiness. I need to get that up. So I'm only making them a puppet. If I was to actually try to annex them entirely right now, it would significantly increase this unhappiness. So I'm going to make this a puppet. I'm going to chill for a minute, probably 5 turns, before I actually start to invade and besiege Deepak. But when I get this city, and whenever I come down after that and get this city, I'm just going to destroy them. I'm going to raze them. I'm going to destroy them to the ground. I don't want them. I don't like that they're near me. It's going to be too much unhappiness points. But while you're raising the city, each turn, so say I conquer this and it has 2 people after I conquered it. So see how the population dropped significantly? What were they at, like 10 or something? 9 or 10 population? Because I conquered them, they drop down significant. So if I conquer Deepak, it'll probably fall down to 1. Kupang probably also fall down to 1. That's how many turns it takes to successfully destroy or raise the city. But while you're raising a city, your unhappiness is extremely high. So it's like a temporary extreme unhappiness in your empire as you're raising cities. But then when they're gone, it's actually kind of a relief. So I want to hurry up and get Deepak in a couple turns, raise it to the ground as fast as possible, do the same thing here in Kupang, capture it, raise it to the ground. And then after I kind of reorganize, resettle, I destroy these 2 cities, we chill for a little bit, we kind of keep building up a bigger kind of, again, secondary wave military force. Then we'll actually do a full-fledged war and really do an actual full war here on Makassar. So again, this first round, this first wave is almost just take this city, try to destroy these cities, and try to destroy as much military as I can, while really what I'm doing is rebuilding an actual full army. I'm getting a lot of muskets and a lot of cannons almost rebuilt as a secondary wave that's really going to be the one that's invading Makassar and hopefully Jakarta one day. So yeah, again, things are going good so far. So far, so good. We'll see how that goes. We'll see if my luck continues here.
Any Colombian troops from interfering in the uprising. Panamanians declare their independence. About 1 hour after that's done, the United States recognizes Panama as an independent republic.
And then they turned around and signed a deal granting the United States control of this Panama Canal zone. And construction got underway. And one of Theodore Roosevelt's proudest moments and one of the greatest pictures that he loves is he's sitting in this white linen tropical suit, but at the controls of one of the steam shovels digging the canal. Now, in fact, it took 11 years until the canal was open. And Roosevelt was long out of the White House by then. But he still considered it his baby.
The building of the Panama Canal is one of the most extraordinary technological and engineering achievements of the early 20th century. It touts some of the great innovations of the Industrial Revolution, and he really chose to make this a pillar and anchor of his foreign policy, to have the U.S. be the sole country to assert influence in the Western Hemisphere. The canal is absolutely integral to that.
It is the fulfillment of the United States becoming a global power. Theodore Roosevelt builds it and then ensures that it's under United States control, knowing that he has a world-class Navy to enforce it.
Rigas.
Diplomacy is made
Returning the
possible
civilian
because
that was
you are
once
strong
taken
and
from
powerful.
Riga.
This is famously
Return
the
the
basis
unit,
of Theodore
get some friend
Roosevelt's
points.
foreign policy. The doctrine he describes as speak softly and carry a big stick.
And if we look at how world events play out for the next century, the Panama Canal is still a key piece of terrain, of global terrain, and he makes that happen.
It's an amazing meetup of man and moment. Roosevelt has a very different vision of what the president should do and what the president can do, and that's really going to mark his presidency.
Roosevelt's next challenge is to formally win the office he's been serving in for the last 3 years.
So, before the 1904 election, Roosevelt...
Demon Hunter says, we may think we crush, but God invented crushing. Yeah, dude, God's so sick. God's so sick, dude. Life is so crazy. So crazy. So beautiful. So awesome. Thanks, God. Everything they say about kids is true. Highly recommend. They're a trip, says Coffee Grounds Bear. Yeah. New father, Coffee Grounds Bear. Crushing as God intended. That's awesome, bro. Yeah, that's awesome, dude. Praise be to God. Dude, God, dude, can we just take a moment and just give it up to God? Isn't God sick, dude? God's so dope. Dude. Isn't God just dope?
Wants to take the pulse of the American people, not simply to produce a majority for him, but to help him knit the country together. And what that meant was that he wanted to listen to their concerns. And how does he do that? He takes a 9-week transcontinental train trip.
He goes on the most ambitious presidential tour in history up to that time. He went 14,000 miles to 26 states. He gave hundreds of speeches. He had a 7-car special train. It was kind of...
So the one thing is, man, my unhappiness is insane. So what I'm going to need to do is kind of detour some of these units and put him in my city to make that unhappiness a little less. Because if that unhappiness stayed at 10 with that really unhappy angry face, see that like red angry face down there? When he is 10 unhappy or more, again, what happened earlier to me is basically a simulation of like upheaval in your empire happens, like riots and revolts. And barbarians start spawning in your empire by your city, really causing you damage, disrupting your trade routes, pillaging your tiles and stuff. So I need to really not have that. I really need to be in positive happiness right now, because when you're fighting a war, if you can see, like as I go to attack this guy, so see it's giving me these modifiers. So see he has negative 15% on his defense and negative 15% because he has like a terrain modifier. So that's good for me, but then see how I have negative 18% over there because my empire is unhappy. So again, I need to like make it so my empire is actually happy so that each time I attack, each turn I attack, I don't get that like negative 18%, you know? So yeah, I can get my happiness up. My economy's looking good, starting to look good, and I need to rebuild a real army. This was my first wave of my army. What I really need to do is build a lot of these musketmen and cannons up here and almost kind of regroup and remake like my actual real army that I'm planning on making right now. So as these people all slowly die, as I slowly kill one, he kills one, I kill one, that's going to slowly make, I'm going to be losing maintenance. So you see in the red, the negative there, it says 166 total gold pieces every turn are spent on unit maintenance. So as my guys die, that number goes down and my economy gets a little better. My debts are a little, I'm not in debt. So as these guys die, I'm actually able to keep building more newer, modern military units and replenish them and just kind of keep my whole empire in a state of not being in debt. I've been in debt so long, my science is so low, I'm kind of a little behind everyone in the sciences department. So I really need to get my happiness up, and I need to keep my money up so that I can play catch up a little bit on like science and technology. So yeah, we'll get back to it. And yeah, so he is killing 8 of my units so far, and I have killing 14 of his. So again, I'm almost at like a 2-to-1 ratio right now, which is good. If I keep that up, like there's no way I'm not going to lose this war. If he can get it back to about even, that could hurt. If he really starts to kill a bunch of my guys and I'm not killing his in return, that could start to hurt a little bit. But so far, so good. This guy, again, is probably going to die here. So a lot of this, again, so I'm at 2-to-1. If I can take like 2 guys and get this one, that'll be pretty good. And I can replace, some of these muskets, but it's going to start really getting into like chess. Like basically right now, me and him are playing chess against each other. Like my universe, do I sacrifice the pawn to get the bishop? Do I sacrifice the rook to get the? He's gonna sacrifice his bishop to get my rook. That hurts, but that's like It's basically chess, back and forth. Like, what's more valuable? How do I outmaneuver them? You know, how do I eventually capture the city? How do I eventually capture the queen and checkmate the king? You know.
The Air Force One on railroad wheels.
And everywhere he stops, he listens to the local reporters, to the local officials. What's bothering you? What can I do? What should we do differently? And then he also wants to talk to them. This is where he's using the bully pulpit to give the same message every stop along the way. These train trips were his way to bring people together on the basis of fundamental fairness for the rich and the poor, for the capitalist and the wage worker. A square deal.
TR says, we should treat each man on his worth and merits as a man. And we should see that each man is given a square deal because he is entitled to no more and because he deserves no less. The working man should be treated as partners by the large corporations, and they should come together.
Thousands of people yelling and screaming like he's a rock star. The actual notion of the president as a steward of the American people, that was new then. When Roosevelt talked about his square deal, he meant this. The government will ensure that the cards you're dealt are fair. It's up to you to play them to the best of your ability.
And the effort pays off. On election day, the people TR has turned out for across the country now turn out for him.
When TR wins his victory in 1904, it's not just a victory, it's a decisive victory.
He won the largest popular majority in American history till then.
He is absolutely elated because he can now say, I have won the mandate of the people, a great endorsement of my first term, and now I'm really president of the United States.
But in his excitement over the outcome, he makes the mistake that will haunt him for the rest of his life.
He just blurts it out. He's not going to seek re-election in 1908. People can't believe he said it. Reporters can't believe he said it. Edith can't believe he said it. Republicans can't believe he said it.
It was an impulsive gesture on the night that he won the election. He made a mistake, perhaps the biggest of his career. Boy, did he come to regret it.
Toward the end of his second term, because he had said, I'm not going to run for a third term. Roosevelt started thinking, I need a successor, someone who can carry on the Roosevelt tradition.
TR handed Taft this nomination in 1908, thinking, oh, this is mini-me. I'm going to set him up for continuing my policy. Well, that was a mistake, a big mistake.
So as Roosevelt is touring the country, drumming up support in 1910, he is constantly thinking about why did he cut himself off from the presidency, and could he find his way back? And slowly but surely, he begins to develop the idea that he can run for president in 1912 and that he must run for president in 1912.
TR was like a warhorse smelling battle.
That's next time on Making Teddy. Making Teddy is a podcast from the History Channel, produced by Best Case Studios. For the History Channel, Jesse Katz, Eli Lara, Mary Donahue, and Jennifer Wagman are the executive producers. McKamey Lynn, supervising producer. Ben Dickstein, the senior producer. The executive producer for Best
I had
Case
open borders
Studios
with
is
him.
Adam Pinkless. Suzanne Myers
I don't want a
is our
defensive
producer.
fact.
Hannah Leibowitz
Yeah.
Lockhart
I
is
thought
the
we
associate
were
producer.
making friends with the Ottomans.
Max Michael Miller edited and mixed this episode. The television series, Theodore Roosevelt, was originally produced by Radical Media for the History Channel.
When it comes to clothes, having pieces that you can wear anywhere is a must. That's why American Giant makes clothing that fits your life seamlessly. With quality you have to feel.
So I'm just over here
Whether you're stocking up for any
chugging
or picking up a
propels.
special.
I hit legs today. I don't know what I was thinking, man. I don't ever do leg day. If you know me, you know I have like huge legs. I've been fat and athletic my whole life. The combination of being fat and being athletic just naturally gives you like huge big legs. So I have big, strong, muscular legs. I don't need to do leg day, guys. I need to catch up on my arms and chest and core. But every like 2 months, every month or like every 2 months, I do like a big, strong, heavy leg day. And I kind of realized that it's been like 4 months. I checked my notes. I keep track of all my workouts on my like calendar and stuff. I was like, when was my last leg day? I feel like it was like a couple months ago. 4 months ago. Ouch. So I hit legs today, and I'm already feeling it, man. I don't know if I'm gonna need to get up out of my chair and go get my thing of water. But I've just been chugging Propels, trying to get electrolytes in. I have bananas. I'm gonna eat some bananas. I know I'm gonna be cramping up tonight. But man, hit a leg day hard today. Squatting like 400 pounds. What's it, leg press? Where you're laying down, you're pushing up, like leg press. I do a crazy amount, like 6 plates on each side. Man, not smart. And then of course, after I'm doing a bunch of cardio this year. So this is year of the cardio because your boy needs to get skinny. So I'm trying to like maintain and get a little stronger, but also I need to really lose my gut. I need to lose my dad bod, my dad gut. And doing a bunch of cardio, really trying to get in shape. And so yeah, even after leg day, I went on the treadmill and walked 3 miles, pretty steep up the hill, and my legs are screaming right now, man. They're screaming. So yeah, sorry, I'm like chugging Propel. I'm gonna eat some bananas in a little bit, and I gotta start chugging some water too. So yeah, this is crazy that he's barely set. He's not even setting anyone really, and I'm just, dude, look, I'm just pillaging his capital right now is just being pillaged. You know, remember when he was laughing at me for having a weak military. Remember when he was laughing at me for having a weak military, and now I'm like not even trying, and I'm just raiding and pillaging his whole capital. These guys still are like full health. He hasn't even gotten me at all. Like what he needs to do is send all of the military forces he possibly can to kill these guys. And I kind of don't care. Like I don't even care. I'm literally just trying to cause as much damage as possible before these guys die. And it's kind of crazy that he's not even really sending anyone yet. He is starting to, you can see he is starting to send troops up north here to try to get back at me. I lost 2 more. So I lost 2 more. We are now sitting at an even count of I have killed 15 of his units and he has killed 10 of mine. Yeah, 400 is serious. Yeah, 400 is serious. Yeah, 400 is, I think I'm at 405, right? Yeah, 405. That's my squat. But I kind of cheat because I use like the neck pad. I'm not man enough yet to just go straight bar on my neck. It's too much weight. It hurts my whole neck, you know. It hurts my neck. My neckies hurt a little bit. See, I use one of those like pads on my neck. So I've heard that's like not cool and not manly and whatever. So I just want to get full disclosure. I do squat 405, but that is with a gay little neck pad on. Mock me all you want. Feel free to mock me all you want. I'll take it. All right, 3 turns. So I'm going to start damaging this city, but I'm not going to take it until this resistance is done, 3 turns from now. Unless I absolutely need to. I'm going to chill for a second. Kind of keep fortifying. See, I need to like fortify and heal my units up a little bit. Strategically move this guy back so that he can heal up, so I don't necessarily have to lose him. So we're kind of regrouping. We're healing a little bit. We're regrouping a little bit here, and then we will again, as this military starts to rebuild. I got another cannon coming up. I got 2 cannons coming up pretty quickly. Another musket man. Hopefully a couple more musket man, a couple more cannons, and start really rebuilding and making my real army. So like really this whole thing was like the first wave, basically softening them up, doing as much damage as I can, taking as much cities as I can. But really what I need to do is regroup and rebuild and make a massive army that I can actually start using to actually start conquering his empire. Again, so far so good. We're doing good so far. I'm gonna grab my water. I'll be right back. I'm gonna play this doc.
The History Channel original podcast.
He won the largest popular majority in American history till then.
He is absolutely elated because he can now say, I have won the mandate of the people.
He just blurts it out. He's not going to seek re-election in 1908. People can't believe he said it.
It was an impulsive
We are sore.
gesture
We
on the
are
night that he won the
sore,
election.
boys.
He made a mistake.
Oh, Lordy, he's
perhaps
sore.
the biggest of his career. Boy, did he come to
I'm gonna
regret
get
it.
my distilled water. One more Propel.
Ryan Reynolds here from Inmobile. With the price of just about everything going up during inflation.
So yeah, so this is like the UN. I think it's still called like the World Congress or something. Eventually turns into the UN. But what we need to do is choose a host. So now is when diplomatic strategy starts coming in. Now is when the fun stuff starts to happen. So I have 4 votes. So that means I have, 3 city-states. I get 1 vote each for each city-state that I'm friends with, and I get 2 from being a member. Now, we need to choose whoever's like the host, the number 1 host. And if everyone pretty much always votes for themselves, unless they make little treaties and pacts and trades with each other. But I bet this first round, everyone's just going to vote for themselves for the most part. So I look at the numbers. If everyone does vote for themselves, that means Polynesia is going to be the king of the UN, the king of the World Congress. But see, I have enough votes that I'm not going to win. If I vote for myself, I'm not going to win. I'm not going to get World Congress. So what happens is whoever is the World Congress winner becomes one of these guys. So he gets to be one of the guys that proposes one of the things that we vote on, one of the policies that gets enacted. And the number 2 guy, so there's 2 guys that get to put the policies forward. So number 1 is whoever's voted leader of the World Congress. And the number 2 is just whoever has the most, or if this guy has the most, this guy who has the second most total delegates. So what I can do, so there's some strategy you can do here. So I am going to vote for Polynesia because Polynesia is my boy. I actually like Polynesia. Actually, as I'm literally saying that, I'm actually rethinking my strategy. So Polynesia's my boy. He's going to win no matter what. He's in the lead with the most votes, the most delegates. But also, what I can do is I can guarantee, because if I vote for him, the second place, if you see, out of all the numbers here, second place is the Iroquois. I don't really like the Iroquois too much. I don't hate him. I'm pretty neutral on him. He's annoyed me a little bit. And he's almost kind of just waiting to be conquered. He's not really going to win. He's too close to the Ottomans and the Moroccans. He just long-term is not going to win, but he could cause some damage along the way. He's been pretty annoying, and I don't want him to be proposing anything in the World Congress. So what I want is 2 of my boys. I'm not going to be there. I don't have enough yet to be first or second place right now, this round. But what I can do, what I'm going to do right now, is I'm going to swing the votes. And I'm going to make Morocco the leader. So I'm going to throw my delegates, my 5 delegates, behind Morocco. And what that's going to do is make Morocco the head of the council. And because Polynesia then, after Morocco, is the second highest in total delegates, he'll remain number 2. So Morocco and Polynesia, who are number 1 and number 2 right now anyways, I'm going to keep them as number 1 and number 2 because they're my dogs. They're my boys as of now. They're my homies. Morocco's my best friend. Polynesia is my gym bro, dude. Polynesia is my gym bro. He's my leg day gym bro. Literally, he's leg day gym bro, dude. So I'm going to make sure that Polynesia and Morocco stay here as of right now. They're both my bros. They're not going to do too much damage, hopefully, to me. at least on purpose. They're not going to purposely propose anything that's going to be damaging to me because we're all bros right now. We're all in like a special alliance. Me, Polynesia, Morocco, and Mongolia are kind of in like a special friendship alliance right now. And yeah, I would like for all of us to be in charge and be in power, you know? So yeah, we're going to do that. Morocco is going to be the host of the Congress, and Polynesia will be number 2. And we're going to be pretty good. Even though we are not number 1 or number 2, that's like the best case scenario we could have right now. So yeah, let's see. Play the doc again.
We thought we'd bring our prices down. So to help us, we brought in a reverse auctioneer, which is apparently a thing.
Yeah, you're not a man unless you're crushing your spinal cord, says Demon Hunter. Yeah. Are you even gymming if you're not crushing your spine by putting 400 pounds and a 45 pound, by putting 405 total pounds of metal on your neck and lifting, going down and lifting it up over and over again? Yeah. You're not a man, bro. You're not really a man.
Premium wireless. I better get 30, better get 30, better get 20, 20, better get 20, better get 15, 15, just $15 a month. So
give it a try at mintmobile.com/switch.
$45 up front for 3 months plus taxes and fees. Promoting for new customers for limited time. Unlimited more than 40 gigabytes per month. Slows. Full terms at mintmobile.com.
Teddy Roosevelt has just been elected president. He'll continue in the office he's held since William McKinley's assassination. Emboldened by his mandate, Roosevelt vows to continue his efforts to protect workers, and he shifts his focus to an industry much less on the minds of everyday Americans. TR reads voraciously and, says Edward T. O'Donnell, this pressing issue comes to his attention in a new book, a novel by a so-called muckraking journalist named Upton Sinclair.
There's a big expose in the early 20th century. The book is called The Jungle by Upton Sinclair, an investigative journalist, and exposes the horrors of the meat industry.
I used to love that book, man. That book actually kind of made me, when I was like in high school, I was pretty much a socialist. I was a born and raised like atheist liberal. Became pretty like socialistic, pretty communistic. And The Jungle was one of those books that actually really helped me, or really pushed me into that direction. Turns out it's all fake. Turns out it's like a big giant lie. It's all fake. Upton Sinclair was like, there were some stories that were close to that truth, and he just exaggerated it to make it sound like as crazy as possible because he was a socialist, you know? Man, I should have stopped and read that. But he said he was friendly with me. Did he say he was friendly with me there? Ottomans? Should have read what he had to say. They also want to be friends. Man, Siam. So it looks like everyone in the world really is my friends right now, except for Japan and Persia. Japan, Persia, and then these two. The Mayans and the Iroquois. And the Persians and the Japanese. And I mean, obviously I'm at war with him. And he's coming to me right now trying to like insult me by only giving me salt. By only giving me your one salt. And wanting peace? Yeah, right, bro. We are not at peace. We will not be at peace for a while. Bunker down, bro. We are at war for a while. And so here, yeah, finally he's sending some troops up to kill these guys. My little diversionary crew here. My outdated, weak units that I'm literally almost just sending on a sacrificial mission to destroy and disrupt his economy as much as possible. He's finally doing something about it. Yeah, he's coming to me with peace really quickly, too. Usually it takes him more like 30 turns, and it's been, 6 turns total? 7 turns total, and he's already, like, coming and begging for peace. After I took a city, he's not even going to try to retake it. War's going great for me so far, boys. But we have to stay vigilant. We have to stay on top of it. We have to stay strong. We have to finish the job. Job's not finished. We got to stand on business, boys. Job's not finished.
the exploitation of workers, but also the horrible product, the dangerous, poisonous product that meat packers are selling to the public. And untold thousands of Americans are dying of diseases brought about by this poisonous meat.
The Jungle is a work of fiction, but
Yeah.
Sinclair had done first-hand research inside the meat packing plants. Presidential historian Doris Kearns Goodwin says TR calls Sinclair to his office as soon as he finishes the book.
Sinclair describes in the book how they take scraps of diseased meat that's been on the floor, that's been eaten by rats, and put it into the vat.
It wasn't
but
true.
he doesn't know whether or not
It wasn't
Sinclair
true.
may have been exaggerating the
Yeah,
facts.
it was exaggerated. Yeah, it was not true.
Roosevelt decides to launch his own investigation. He sends men undercover into the factories.
He said, I don't even know what these guys are saying, but I've actually looked into this because I was so mad that I was deceived. I used to think the Jungle was real. I mean, I knew obviously it was like fiction, it's a fake story, but I thought like Upton Sinclair was actually relaying realistic things. Turns out it's like all fake. It's like all super exaggerated. In the Jungle, I forget the specifics, but basically says that like someone died or someone's hand got caught in like a meat grinder or died and fell into the meat grinder, and they just like churned them up and shipped them out, you know, in with the meat, and it makes you like not even want to ever eat meat again, and it makes you like, oh, basically it's so horrible what they're doing to these people and how disgusting they were. It's not true. They would never do that. Dude, people weren't like barbarians in 1905. In like 1895, people weren't like disgusting like, oh, a human body fell into a meat grinder. Let's just grind it up with the other beef and send it out to people. Like, we weren't cannibals, dude. If that ever even did happen, people would stop and throw out that meat, you know? We weren't like these brutal, crazy, savage, cannibalistic barbarians, you know? It's like the craziest lies that, like, it sounds true enough, it rings true enough that people just believed it. I believed it. I thought it was real. I thought it was, like, obviously not based on a true story real, but like close enough that it's like, yeah, that probably did happen. It's probably based on true events, but it was like lies. It was literally crazy, extraordinary exaggerations to swing people closer to the socialist end of the political spectrum.
The investigators go.
What a fool I was. What a 17-year-old fool I was. Yeah. Vegan propaganda went hard early on. Yeah, dude. Vegans got a nice little Vegans had a nice little run from like 2000 to 2015. They had a nice little run there. And then it all went crazy and fell apart on them.
And he finds out the conditions
The
are
House of Cards collapsed. You know, the inevitable House of Card collapse happened in about 2015.
that what Sinclair had posited. Roosevelt then has a bill before the Congress to force the meatpacking plants to clean up their act and to label their food. And they, of course, respond obstinately.
Once again, Roosevelt gets the public on his side by showing them the facts.
He publishes a small part of this report, and finally, that's enough. And he gets this meatpacking bill.
The Food and Drug Act, which leads to the founding of the Food and Drug Administration, is born. H.W. Brands is professor of history at the University of Texas at Austin.
He believed that the only agency that could stand up for the interest, for the safety, for the health of the American people was the national government. And for the first time, the government begins to inspect what comes out of these food processing plants.
What's really happening here is that Roosevelt is creating a new relationship between government and the people. He, as president, is steward of the people. He represents the public interest.
But how does Roosevelt define the, quote, public? Does he view all Americans equally? Roosevelt's legacy is mixed. Here's historian Khalil Gibran Mohammed of the Harvard Kennedy School.
Roosevelt has a real problem on his hands because the only way that he can be the president of the little person and protecting a square deal on the basis of class and economic inequality was to somehow figure out how to deal with racism. Many historians see Roosevelt as not only deeply conflicted about how to make sense of Black people's role in American society, but profoundly contradictory in his commitment to fairness and justice for them.
On the one hand, he does symbolic things like invite Booker T. Washington to dine in the White House. He appoints a lot of African Americans to low-level positions throughout the federal government, which were actually very significant relative to his predecessors. On the other hand, there are other things that offset that.
One of these is the Brownsville incident or affair. This moment in 1906 proves to many that Roosevelt's gestures towards Black Americans, like inviting Booker T. Washington to the White House, may be hollow. Here's historian Clay Jenkins.
The 25th Infantry of black soldiers was stationed in Brownsville, Texas. This was a source of enormous racial tension in the community. There was kind of a riot, and one white person was wounded, another one killed.
Leroy G. Dorsey is professor of communication at Texas A&M University.
There was a report that those black soldiers may have shot up the town. But the evidence that was gathered showed that that's probably not what happened.
The black soldiers say we did not do it. We were in our barracks. We were where we should be. This is a segregated military, so they're under white officers. The white officers said, yes, all of our black soldiers were in their beds, in their barracks when that shooting took place. They were not responsible for it. And Roosevelt doesn't believe them. And so after a short period of time, Roosevelt summarily discharges all 167 of these black soldiers.
Historian Stacey A. Cordery says, once TR makes this decision, he is not open to new information.
Roosevelt started his investigation by believing that the soldiers were guilty. He ended his investigation by believing that the soldiers were guilty. He did not take into account the fact-finding mission. It was a case of Theodore Roosevelt having a very closed mind about this.
Could it be that they were guilty? I'm just saying. I mean, I don't know. I wasn't there. I don't know much about this, but it also could have just authentically been that they were guilty.
By TR's decision,
I don't know.
and tries to lobby on behalf of the soldiers.
Maybe he knew something that you don't.
Roosevelt is criticized by the NAACP.
Is it just racism? Is it just because he's a white racist?
Black leaders
or did he know
urge
something
their
you didn't?
constituents to remember the Brownsville affair when voting in future elections. Kathleen Dolphin is author of Theodore Roosevelt, A Strenuous Life.
It shows that the system of justice isn't going to work for blacks. And so a lot of black leaders said, enough with you. I'd rather give up being a Republican.
He wants equity, but he also understands somebody has to be on top, and that's whites. For African Americans, he defended some of their rights, but he didn't do anything to expand them.
Susan Burfield, author of The Hour of Fate.
He talked about making the country a good place for everybody, but his notion of who everybody is was obviously very limited.
At the same time, all kinds of other things are percolating. Middle-class voters in particular want reform, and they want government to do
Finally,
things for
man.
them.
Toward the end of his second term, he's thinking about the future. So he's got a sense of urgency to get things done before he leaves the presidency.
Roosevelt decides that his top priority must be preserving the country's natural resources and beauty. Douglas Brinkley is professor of history at Rice University.
He is the only
You're
politician
welcome. Yeah, I made Morocco the leader of the UN.
as one pulsing biological organism, and he was
You're welcome,
able
brother.
now to see, wow, this is the
Don't
big
screw
issue
me
of
over.
our time.
Roosevelt was able to explain to people that if you allow unregulated strip mining, or you allow loggers to just dynamite trees so they can
Yeah,
get
Teddy knew never to relax.
in the interior,
Yeah,
if you allow that,
Teddy knew. Teddy was up. He knew about 13 and 15,
Congress is filled with people
13%,
that have no problem
50%.
with
He knew.
private interests and big
He knew.
business carving up forests and strip mining mountains and so forth. And so he begins to look around and ask his advisors, what power do I have? What authority do I have to save the wilderness?
And Roosevelt lands on an unusual strategy to advance his cause. Here is his great-grandson, Tweed Roosevelt.
TR realized he had executive power to do all kinds of things, that he didn't need congressional approval. And he was one of the first presidents to use the executive power in imaginative ways.
He used his executive power to save more than 230 million acres of American land in different forms. It is such a wonderful idea to want to save these natural spaces. And Teddy Roosevelt, I think, did more than any other president to make that happen.
You think he did more, or
Like
he did
author
more?
Megan Kate Nelson says,
hate when they say that.
TR is remembered as the conservation president.
I hate when they do that.
During his time in office, he establishes 150
It's your
national
opinion,
forests,
or are you stating a
51
fact?
federal bird reserves, 4 national game preserves, 5 national parks, and 18 national monuments, including the Grand Canyon.
But the great irony of that is that in order to do that, Roosevelt and other presidents took that land away from indigenous peoples, its rightful owners, who had been responsible stewards of the land for thousands of years.
In Roosevelt's
Were
time,
they?
most Americans viewed
Were they
these
responsible
areas as
stewards?
wilderness in need of
Are
preservation,
you sure?
ignoring the people who have lived there for generations.
Are you sure?
To create these new
But are you
national
sure?
parks, 230
But do you know?
million acres of land are appropriated from Native American tribes.
But do you know for
displacing
sure?
the Blackfeet, Crow, Sioux, Cheyenne, and others who were forced to relocate. As his time in office draws to a close, Roosevelt is filled with regret over his self-inflicted wound when he publicly vowed that he would not seek re-election. Now, he very much wants to stay. He says, if I had conscientiously felt that...
See, I don't like this right here one bit. He's got a bunch of these ships. He's got a bunch of these little ships that aren't super powerful. So there's the same thing as here, these caravels. But they can move quickly and they can really disrupt... your trades, your shipping. So I really need to build these more powerful ships like as fast as possible. See, I'm trying to like really build up these frigates and really make a strong navy. I really like to have like strong navy kind of from this time period, like right around like the year like 1900. I usually do start to build up a strong navy. Like crazy strong.
So, and to continue to keep my hands on the levers of this mighty machine.
When Roosevelt leaves office in 1909, he's riding high, and wherever he goes, he draws a crowd. But this is another one of these moments of despair. Like when his father died, when his wife and mother died, he's kind of crushed by this new reality. He's only 50 years old. What is he going to do with the rest of his life? He's closed off the opportunity to run for another term.
4 years earlier, Roosevelt had publicly stated his own choice of successor, William Howard Taft, then TR's Secretary of War. Historian Edward Kahn.
Roosevelt absolutely loves Taft. He thinks Taft is a wonderful person. They have a very close relationship.
But that close relationship would not last.
TR handed Taft this nomination in 1908, thinking, oh, this is mini-me. I'm going to set him up for continuing my policy. Well, that was a mistake, a big mistake.
TR has no idea what his own future will hold. He tells one journalist, the best thing I can do is to go entirely
Burn the ships,
reach of
Burn the ships. Sink the ships.
Once again, when there's a feeling
Sink
of
the
loss,
dang
in this
ships.
case, the loss of the presidency that he had loved, he has to do something with great forward motion that will engulf him and take up every hour of every day so he won't think about the loss that he sustained. So he travels to these unexplored regions in Africa.
There goes another cannon. Not good, guys. I need my cannons are valuable. I need my cannons. I kind of assumed that was going to happen. I kind of messed up. I kind of messed up on my movements. I misjudged moving this cannon around, and I left this weak cannon here unexposed. I wanted to retreat him back to this tile, but I didn't have enough movement over this river. I forgot. That's on me, guys. Sorry, boys. General Sean Corey, General Corey, miscalculated, and it cost good men their lives. It cost a good unit, good cannon unit, their lives there. I miscalculated that it was going to take 2 turns to get to this tile, moving it, and yeah, because if so, I was kind of in a position where he was here. I should have just almost like sacrificially just attacked one more time. So if I was going to lose that cannon anyways, what I should have done was at least shot once more at the city. But what I was going to do is I wanted to retreat. I was like, oh, I'll get him out of there and save the cannon because it's like too valuable to lose. So I was in this dilemma, like, do I get one more shot off and just sacrifice him, or do I retreat him? And I tried to retreat him, but I miscalculated on that movement. So when I crossed this river, I didn't get 2 squares to move, or 3. You know, the road lets you move farther distances each turn. But see, I miscalculated here. I thought I would be able to move him to at least this tile, if not here. And because that river, my last turn was there, which left it in range of this crossbow and the city. And of course, they targeted it first and killed it. Killed my cannon. So that was a my bad, guys. Pour one out. R.I.P. fallen soldiers. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, guys. That's a my bad. That's a me bad. That was a brutal loss. That was a stupid loss. And that puts us at 15. We have now lost 15 units, and Indonesia has lost 20 total and a city. So, I lost him finally. Did a bunch. I did way more damage down here than I thought I would do. I thought they would have a bigger, strong enough military that they'd actually, fight me off. What we are going to do is continue to just pillage and take their workers and pillage their roads and their squares as much as I can. And yeah. Again, we're looking good, boys. We're probably going to take Deepak right now. Yep. We're taking Deepak right now. Again, see that five turns of resistance is over. It significantly improves my happiness with the city that I conquered. And I'm going to use this musket to take Deepak, which is also going to take their crossbowmen at the same time. And I'm going to burn Deepak to the ground. I'm going to burn Deepak to the ground. And, yeah, we're going to raise the city. We're burning it. Burning this boy to the ground. Burn this mother down. Yeah. I actually do have... at this point, I haven't... How am I going to phrase this? I thought I would have less of an army, to be honest. So we're so good right now, dude. We're in such a good position. I really thought I'd only have maybe 2 or 3 muskets left, maybe a crossbowman, and maybe 3 or 4 cannons left. That was kind of what I was thinking. But I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 muskets, 2 crossbowmen, 3 cannons, and I have a couple more. I'm still just building more. I'm pumping more out. I have a musketman up here, cannon down here. I think I'm just going to, because I have more than I thought, I think I'm going to reinforce Philippi down here with the cannon. Just so that these ships come a knocking, I can clap back at them. I can clap back at these fools. I do want to move here and attack this way. So yeah, and then I'm also surprised he hasn't caused more damage on the seas, because he's got control of the seas more than I do right now. And I was a little nervous, like I was saying, I was a little nervous he was going to take some of my trade. He was going to mess some of my trading up. He hasn't once. He hasn't taken one of my units at all, which is sick. And now that I'm actually starting to build these units, once I finally do build this navy up, I can actually start going on the offensive and start messing with his trades and start, pillaging his sea tiles and messing with his cities. If I get a big enough navy, I might just start coming and taking these naval cities, just navy alone, not even with land units. So we're gonna chill here. We're gonna chill right here. I've conquered Surabaya. That's gonna stay my city. Deepak after this turn is going to be destroyed, so you'll see this disappear. It'll just be land. And then I'm going to heal this navy up and just play defense right now. Play defense on this road and just kind of chill and regroup. and again start sending this military I'm building in my cities. I want to start sending more, and we're then going to send my military to Kupang, take it, do the same thing, raise it to the ground. And once that happens, I'm going to also then pause and chill and regroup, and hopefully I can just build a massive army that will just really start going on the offensive. Like really, I'll have like a sick, strong army ready to start invading Makassar and then push down into their capital. And hopefully also by that time, 10, 20, 30 turns from now, I'll have a giant military that I can also start sending simultaneously this way to either take these cities or at least, at the very least, mess up their movement in the water, take some of their trading ports, destroy their ships, their outdated ships. And hopefully I do get them to the point where I can cut them off from North Africa, and I can either convince, or they just on their own, either Siam or the Mongols, either I can convince them to attack these northern African cities of Indonesia, or I can either convince them, or hopefully they just do it on their own. They smell the blood in the water. They smell the weakness, and they start going for it. This kind of sucks. This is kind of annoying. Persia has declared war on my bro, Polynesia. But that's actually probably good. It's good, not great, because Polynesia is ahead of the Council, the World Congress. So Darius, provoking, the guy who gets to enact some of these policies, he could come out and propose that no one does trade with Persia, which would actually be really good for me. Because the less people are trading with Persia, like Siam or any of these cities, like any of these nations really, on like the whole like western side of the map here, if they are not allowed to trade with someone like Persia, that just means they're more likely to trade with me. So that's going to help me. And Persia's not my bro. They're not my friend. They're actually kind of being annoying. And Polynesia's my bro. He's my gym bro, dude. Kamehameha. He's my leg day gym bro, dude. Look at this dude. Look at my. He has a really gay hat on, but dude, he's my bro. He's my brother. I will die with you. I will die in battle with you. Actually, I won't, because I'm not going to declare war on Persia. But best of luck, man. Best of luck. Best of luck in your war. Let's write this down. Persia declares war on my bro, my gym bro, Polynesia. Turn 306. And then typically what kind of happens is, so now that we have like a bunch of war going on, so I'm at war with Indonesia, and Indonesia and Japan are at war with Arabia, and now Persia's at war with Polynesia. And so now that we have a bunch of war happening, and the UN is starting to pick up and kick off, like it's starting to really pick up here, and stuff's starting to go down. Leaders are being announced. People are starting to actually now start jostling and fighting over city-states so they can like get more votes and or become leaders in the World Congress. When all this stuff starts happening, more stuff starts happening. So typically the other computers are like I think that's why they declared war here. I think that's why Persia was like, oh, all this other stuff's kicking off. All these other people are at war. All this other, diplomatic stuff's going down. Now would be a good time for us to send that army we have at Polynesia. We've been wanting to do it, but now that now that the water's stirring, now that there's blood in the water, let's go. It's our time to go. So you're probably going to see, again, hopefully the Mongols declaring war on either Siam or hopefully not Siam. We're bros. We're all friends. Me, Siam, Mongolia, Morocco, we're all friends. Polynesia. So hopefully we don't start declaring. Hopefully we don't see a war declared here with our broship, our bromance happening between us four nations. Hopefully they don't go to war. Hopefully these people start smelling the blood in the water and start going after these North African cities here of Indonesia. These Indonesian North African cities. But the water starts moving. The blood's in the water. People are starting to smell it. People are going, what's going on over there? Maybe it's time for me to attack my rival as well, So you're probably going to see a lot more stuff going down here in the next 10, 20 turns. Now that stuff is going down, usually there's an escalation of stuff going down all at once. So we'll see. We'll see if that ends up happening. And right now I'm kind of almost making a strategically defensive like block here as I just kind of chill and regroup and regain my health. Just as he sends units up this road, I have like a nice solid little contingency, a nice little solid army here that can meet them. And I can continue regrouping, rebuilding, and rehealing, you know. And now that I've conquered, we'll get back to this dock in a second. I'll stop rambling. But now that I've conquered Surabaya and I pillaged all these squares when I was at war with them, if you do remember, now see I'm sending my guys in to rebuild Surabaya, and that's going to help them become my friends. They're gonna start liking me more as I start to rebuild their nation. The longer I own them and possess them, and at some point. I don't have to, but at some point, see, I might annex the city. Right now, it's a puppet state, so I don't get to control it. So as I click on it, see, I can't really affect what it chooses to build or what its goals are or what's going on. But after I kind of rebuild this and our happiness gets better, eventually I'll come back and make this an annexed city of my empire. But as of right now, it's going to stay a puppet. I'm going to destroy this city. It's going to be gone. I'm going to take Kupang and destroy it and get rid of it. And then, so same thing. When I come down and get Makassar, I'll probably make it a puppet for a little bit as tensions cool down and as I rebuild what I break and damage along the way. But eventually, Surabaya and Makassar will be annexed into my empire for sure. It's just a matter of time and strategy and how and when, you know. So yeah, let's get back to Teddy.
They go to Europe and give big speeches and get honorary degrees, and it was a way of making himself a global president.
Roosevelt comes back in June of 1910, and it's like when the astronauts came back. There were ticker tape parades, there was more confetti than had ever been seen before. Whole sets of battleships were in the harbor.
They're hanging teddy bears on the windows, and there's banners, and they're all there waiting for him to be home. It's really hard for him to damp down that desire that I should never have left public life. It's what I'm meant for. It's what I was born for. It's what I want to be.
Roosevelt has lost none of his popularity, none of his personal drive, and yet all of his power. He's compelled to watch his successor from the sidelines.
So here we go.
Roosevelt had expected Taft.
Man, that was quick. That was quick. So Siam just declared war on Indonesia, which is music to my ears. Again, what did I just say? They're smelling the current is flowing, the blood is in the water, it's being churned up, and Siam's like, I'm gonna come take this city. They are for sure gonna come take this city right now. They have declared war on Indonesia. Let's add this to the notes. Siam declares war on Indonesia. So again, yeah, and then I'm guessing the Mongols are going to come too. I could probably try to bribe them into doing it, but I'm going to just see if they do it on their own. I think the Mongols will probably be the next ones, and they'll probably declare war on Indonesia soon-ish, in the next few turns, maybe 10, 20 turns, and they'll probably try to come get these three cities here. I'm guessing because this health bar keeps fluctuating, I'm guessing they're trying and failing at taking Budapest. The Mongols, that is. I'm guessing that's them, but who knows? I could be wrong on that. Who's friends with Budapest? Siam. So so Budapest is with Siam. So now Budapest is also now by default at war with Indonesia. Now that Siam is at war with Indonesia, so Budapest is now at war with Indonesia. I'm guessing, anyways, they're also probably at war here, which means Budapest might not be an independent city-state much longer. They're probably going to get conquered sooner or later. And yeah, hopefully at some point the Mongols also join me and Siam now, being at war with Indonesia. And Arabia is also at war with Indonesia. They didn't even want it. They weren't the aggressors. They were being attacked by Indonesia, which is pretty funny. I'm going to keep this This is going to be like my reserve unit here and just kind of help defend against any potential ships. I should be good on the ship end, the enemy ship end. They did take my whales. I got to rebuild a workboat to go reclaim my whale tile. That's annoying. And this guy's just kind of sacrificially doing some damage here. I'm kind of using these ships almost as like distractions and diversions / my eyes, just to kind of keep an eye on where his ships are and what his ships are doing. I don't want his ships crossing this line, basically. If his ships are on this side by his cities over here, that's fine. But the more his ships start to venture over here, see this line as my trade routes. I don't want his ships anywhere near my trade routes if I can prevent that, you know. So we got some rebellion. We're gonna have to conquer some of these rebels here because my empire last turn was super unhappy because I was razing that city to the ground. My empire was not too happy about that. And yeah. So yeah, we're kind of, again, we're strategically setting ourselves up here. We're eventually going to send this army to conquer Kupang, but we're going to kind of pause for a second. We are going to pause for a second. We're going to kind of rebuild Surabaya. We're going to reheal our army. We're going to regroup and resupply our army. And this guy is going to come and conquer more land. These generals, you can use them to help you in battle. I don't ever really do that. I just use them to claim more territory. But you can strategically use them to help you in battle too. That looks solid. So again, it's just kind of using the natural terrain and staying far enough away from the city's like projectile range, and kind of just strategically setting things up so that if he wants to come attack, then he's getting like mobbed by a couple guys all at once. Kind of like a defensive line here. I kind of have a defensive line, but also kind of at the same time having them ready for not drifting too far away to eventually be able to send all of them this way to Kupang. They're the ones I need to Kupang to take it.
But it's clear that is not Taft's agenda.
Part of this was Roosevelt fooling himself and thinking that he was more persuasive than he actually was. Part of it was Taft being cannily silent and letting Roosevelt project on him Roosevelt's own ideas.
A strong case can be made that Taft had not done what Taft had promised that he would do. Roosevelt truly believed that Taft had disappointed progressives.
Blood is in the water. Blood is in the water. Morocco wants to deal with the aggressors and go to war with Japan. That inevitable war is going to happen between Japan and Morocco. And Morocco looks like he wants to be the one that attacks. I kind of want to do it because I do kind of want to keep him as my friend. But should I just do it? Should I give him 10 turns? Should I in 10 turns join this man? Join my best friend in his war against Japan? This is quite a dilemma. I want to stay friends with him. I don't really care about Japan. I do want him to win the war against Japan. I might just have to do it, guys. I just don't want to be at war with two people, even though Japan's on the other side of the map. They're not going to be too much of a threat to me. I might just do it. Yep. We'll do it. 10 turns prepare. So like turn 317-ish, 318. I'll go to war with Japan. Looks like it's happening. They are really far away, so it's not gonna. I'm not gonna get hurt, but I'm not gonna send anything. I'm basically just gonna be at war in spirit, at war with them in spirit. If this little island wants to act up or do anything crazy, then I'll help. But honestly, it's kind of crazy that it looks like Japan might lose this city, which is wild because early on, if you remember, if you were here with us early on, they put this city here kind of as like a suicide mission, and they actually burned an Arabian city to the ground. They did a miraculous job early on of using their military, of establishing this city and then fighting back Arabia. But it actually looks like Arabia's coming for they're coming for vengeance. They're coming for justice. They might actually come take this city. And so in 10 turns, I will go to war with Morocco against Japan, which means, yeah, if I'm still allies with Milan, that'll just mean by default Milan will go to war with Japan. And Milan doesn't have much of a military. I actually might want to start gifting him units. So I actually might want to start building up Milan. Just because they're kind of centrally located too. They're by Japan, they're by Polynesia, they're by, Morocco. If they could be kind of strategically militarily powerful and stay my ally, then that would be nice. That would be good. Let me see who I can gift. What can I gift them? I have people somewhere, right? This guy? I could gift him this. My outdated pikeman I don't really need. Don't really need them too much. There was someone else I was gonna gift some units. Who was it? There's someone else I was gonna gift units. Who was it? I guess no one. I guess it was Milan I was kind of thinking of. Yeah, we'll leave it at that. This is better. This is looking better. For sure. We're looking good, boys. Just an update. I have taken 22 of their military units, and I have conquered 2 cities. I destroyed Deepak and captured Surabaya successfully. They're not getting that back for sure. That's mine. This is just a part of my empire now. They're not going to have enough military strength to get this back. And now it's just a question of, can I successfully conquer and destroy this? I do think I will. And after that, it's just a question of, can I conquer Makassar? And I might be able to. We'll see about that. But Kupang's going to be destroyed. Surabaya is definitely just a part of my empire now. And after that, we'll consider peace options. We'll look at what's going on. We'll look at what our options after this has been destroyed. That was originally, if you remember, my original plan was to capture and destroy these 2 cities and take Surabaya. And after that, we'll assess the situation. We might carry on and continue on to capture Makassar. We might put things on pause for a minute and go back to war with them later on in the game. It's inevitable that I'm going to have to take them out, but I don't necessarily have to do it all at once right now. I could just damage them enough, take some of their territory, get some breathing room between them and my mainland empire, keep them on this side of the Pyrenees Mountains for sure, down here in Spain, Iberia area. And, yeah. So we'll see, after we destroy this, we'll see if we want to carry on and continue on to take Makassar.
And further disappointed the American people as a president. Taft invites him to spend the weekend in the White House, and Teddy rejects that invitation. It's really hurtful to Taft, and the beginning of Taft realizing that something's happening between the two men. And then more and more progressives go to Teddy. They go out to Sagamore Hill to tell him, you've got to get into this fight. We need you in this fight because we're losing this fight.
TR complains in a letter to Henry Cabot Lodge. You do not need to be told that Taft was nominated solely in my assurance, to the Western people especially, but almost as much to the people of the East, that he would carry out my work unbroken, not, as he has done, merely working for the same objects in a totally different spirit. And so, Roosevelt decides he needs to, once again, speak directly to the people.
So he gives this speaking tour in 1910 during an off-year election. He goes all over the country, and one of the speeches he gave was at Osawatomie, Kansas. And the crowd is so gigantic that they bring out a wooden table, and TR steps up onto the table and gives this new nationalism speech, which is widely regarded as the most radical speech by a major player in American history. He's actually becoming, to a certain extent, a radical progressive at this point. He's really moving what we would call to the left. The 8-hour workday, workman's compensation, old age insurance, health insurance or health access for all, child labor laws, in some ways suffrage for women. But he had developed this really
That's not really being a leftist necessarily. That's just like caring about
beyond
people.
anything that he had done before.
That's just like being a good
In a
guy.
more progressive direction. TR is leading that charge and keeping up with that charge. Taft is not. So the nation is more with TR in terms of its feelings than it is with Taft at this moment in time.
TR is thinking, what do I do with myself? The Osawatomie speech, the new nationalism, is really a call to political change. It's saying we need reform, we need to look forward and have a new sense of national purpose. Taft's not dealing with the big issues at all. So people knew what to read in that speech. It was, maybe he's feeling his oats again, and maybe TR's back.
So as Roosevelt is touring the country, drumming up support in 1910, he is constantly thinking about why did he cut himself off from the presidency, and could he find his way back? Roosevelt feels betrayed, and slowly but surely he begins to develop the idea that he can run for president in 1912 and that he must run for president in 1912.
Reporter Ray Baker, who has covered TR throughout his presidency and knows him well, writes around this time, quote, "One thing may be set down as absolutely certain. Roosevelt will act. Roosevelt always acts. And when he acts, no stage smaller than that of the nation will serve him. He is of continental size."
TR was like a warhorse smelling battle. Once you get that thunderous realization from the crowd and you know that you're driving the progressive movement forward, he feels like he has to run for this time, even if it's running against his old friend Taft, even if it might split the Republican Party in two. He has this hope that there was a progressive majority in the people as a whole.
So finally, in the early spring of 1912, he announces, by using for the first time in American history, the phrase, "My hat is in the ring."
Normally, being a little extra can be a bit much. But when it comes to healthcare, it pays to be extra. And United Healthcare makes it easy with Health Protector Guard fixed indemnity insurance plans. Underwritten by Golden Rule Insurance Company, they supplement your primary plan, helping you manage out-of-pocket costs without the usual requirements and restrictions like deductibles and enrollment periods. So when it comes to covering your medical bills, you can feel good about being a little extra. Visit uh1.com to find the Health Protector Guard plan.
Yeah, you should have moved that guy, man. That was dumb.
Grammarly has been
You just
powered
lost
by AI
a
technology
crossbow by not
you can
moving him.
trust. With one click, you and your team can brainstorm, rewrite, and reply with personalized suggestions. Go to Grammarly.com/business teams to download for free.
All right, so we're going to start slowly kind of moving some guys
Teddy
over,
Roosevelt
getting
is
ready
fighting
to
an uphill battle.
come take
Without the
Calpang.
backing of the Republican political machine, he has to work hard to secure the party's nomination for the presidency.
Theodore Roosevelt got started late. He didn't have as much money. He did not control the Republican apparatus. So while he had fame and the love of Americans on his side, he didn't have the political operation that he needed to have in place.
There were contested primaries. It was bitter. They got into baseball bat fights in some of the states.
Roosevelt and Taft had once been close friends. Now they are political rivals.
As the convention nears, the fight becomes more personal. Roosevelt calls Taft a fathead, a puzzlewit, a traitor. Taft then replies that if Roosevelt wants this third term, why not want a fourth term? Why not a fifth term? He'll stay in for the rest of his life. The argument becomes so heated
Based?
that the New York Times writes an editorial.
Based?
They say,
I
"This is
wish
not
that
a
I
rational
wish that had
argument
happened.
between the two sides. This is a
If
mob."
only.
So the Republican National
If
Convention
only that
convenes
happened.
in Chicago in June of 1912. Up to that point, Roosevelt has competed for
only.
the nomination in all the states that have primaries.
Man, if only.
And Roosevelt does extremely well. He runs away with it, including in William Howard Taft's Ohio. And so he fully expects that he is deserving of and going to get the nomination.
Probably, if there had been real democracy in the Republican Party, he would have won the nomination because he was still just wildly loved across the nation. But the way the apparatus was set up, even though he won most of the primaries, he did not get the nomination. And Roosevelt felt that decisions were made by the chairman of the Republican Party that were deliberately undercutting his chances, and in a fair fight, he would have gotten the nomination.
The Republican Party chooses Taft, and neither Roosevelt nor his supporters are happy with that outcome.
His supporters storm out of the convention chanting, "Thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not steal." It's a very dramatic moment. And that night, they meet in a hotel and draw up the blueprint for a new party, the Progressive Party.
He bolted.
Bro,
helped to
your
form
vicinity?
The Progressive Party, which almost immediately
Okay.
became known as the Bull Moose Party.
You're my
because,
gym
of course,
bro,
they
so I'll
asked
let
him
you.
if he were up
I
to
won't
it. He
offend
said
you.
That he felt as strong as a bull moose.
But that's not your vicinity, bro. That is my land. You were encroaching on my land right there.
The country, idealists and
You
feminists who had
were
nowhere
encroaching
else to
on
turn.
my
And all these
land
people gathered
here.
in Chicago a second
I was making
time
sure you
at
didn't
the
steal
Bull
my
Moose
land,
Party
bro.
convention.
The Bull Moose Party convention brings together a number of diverse groups,
Mm.
including one segment of the population that didn't even have the right to vote.
There are more women there than ever before at a convention. It's called the Petticoat Convention. Jane Addams is there. Women suffragettes are there because women's suffrage is one of the planks of the new party.
This was a group of people who had been dreaming all of their lives of a gentler, juster.
See, now Morocco and the Uruguay are like, yeah, maybe I should go to war with Indonesia too. Now that they're looking really weak and I'm like taking their land, everyone's coming. They smell the blood in the water. They're coming. They're coming for them. They're smelling how weak they are. Smelling how weak they are. Maybe I can go get a piece of that. Maybe I can go conquer a city or two before the Christians of Ethiopia claim it all of their territory. Well, Siam already did it. They're coming. Yeah, see, they're about to take that city. Siam is definitely going to take that city. That's not even a matter of if. It's just when. I'm a little upset about the spread of Judaism, bro. Judaism is all over the Ottoman Empire. These dudes successfully have been spreading Judaism. I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. And I really don't like that it's all over my best bro's empire. And that he right away was trying to make it the world religion. I don't like that one bit. We need to make sure that doesn't happen. The problem is I can't send. I have this profit, so I can convert 4 cities to the rightful. I can convert 4 cities of my choosing right now to the one true religion, to worshiping the real God. But I'm going to need to get my city up, and I need to get this goofy Zoroastrian religion out of here. These goofy Persians and their Zoroastrianism. What I don't want to do is send a prophet over here, because this is going to be a war zone with Japan and Morocco pretty soon. So I need to be a little more strategic about who I convert. I need to get Mecca to stop following this goofy Zoroastrianism. They keep going to Mecca and keep converting them. They keep going so far out of their way. Persia, down here, they keep going so far out of their way with these. They keep going all the way around to the Adriatic Sea, all the way up to Mecca over here to convert them to Zoroastrianism. It's making me so mad. It's making me mad. Again, Persia is making me mad. And the Iroquois are making me mad. They're getting on my bad side right now. Persia's at war with my bro. They're over here taking my gym bro's city. And they keep converting all these cities that are crucial for me to have Christianity as a stronghold to their goofy, stupid pagan religion. Their goofy, stupid pagan religions down here. And then, yeah, this Buddhism crap, too. Stupid Buddhism. Where's their capital? Is this their capital? Sukhothai, yeah. Sukhothai. Gay little penis hat. He's making me mad too. Even though I kind of like, I got a little bit of respect for him. He's in this alliance. So he's in the Mongol, Siam, Morocco, me alliance right now. Polynesia. We're all kind of bros right now. But I don't like that his goofy little Buddhist pagan religion is going into my cities. I don't like that. So I need to stop this Buddhist crap from spreading. And I need to stop the Zoroastrian crap from spreading out of Africa into Spain and into Italy areas. I need to stop that. I also need to, do my best to, at some point, stop the Jews from converting Morocco up here and the Ottomans over here. The Iroquois Jews, the Iroquois nation Jews are getting annoying. The Persian Zoroastrians are getting annoying. And even though you're my bro right now, these Buddhist Siam people are making me mad too. They're getting annoying too. So I need to be a little more strategic with where I'm sending my great prophets to kind of slow and halt the spread of these goofy pagan religions, Keep them as far away from my empire as possible and keep them out of my friends' empires. I really need this to, that was kind of harsh that this got converted to Judaism. It's really messed me up. And then the Shintos over here, the Japanese Shintos are starting to kind of slowly creep in too. But when they go to war, that's going to stop. When we go to war here, I really wish I still had that scout up here so I could kind of monitor the situation better. But there's going to be a war here for sure in 8 turns? Me and Morocco are going to go to war against Japan, and there's going to be some fighting here, and that spread of religion is definitely going to drop significantly. So yeah, there's all that. There's a little update. What did I need to build? Castle. A castle and a bank. Get our money up, get our defense up. What is that humming? I hear that now. There's some humming going on. Truck outside or something? Yeah, truck outside. There's a diesel outside my house, probably. Bear with me, guys, on the humming. It's a truck doing something outside. Can't stay doing something forever.
egalitarian, more progressive nation. People who wanted reform
Yeah,
in
Taft
every
sucked,
possible
bro.
way in life, in our factories, in the way
Taft
healthcare
sucked because he
was
hated
delivered,
He
child
betrayed
labor,
Teddy
you
Roosevelt.
name it.
Worst president ever.
At the convention,
Fat old Taft.
Roosevelt is greeted by an outpouring of enthusiasm.
Fat boy Taft
But it's
taking
not
my
long
boys'
before the cracks
rightful
start
crown.
to show.
A controversy emerged when in the South, whites came together in a segregationist delegation, which excluded black people.
He was a very pragmatic politician. He needed to pull progressive voters from among the Southern Democrats, and racist white Southern Democrats at that time would not have come along had he seated the black delegates.
Roosevelt's unwillingness to take a stand disappoints many of his supporters who had expected him to live up to his square deal reputation.
It was a betrayal from the perspective
That's wild.
of black leaders, North and South. The black community.
So if you see here, the Mayans staged a coup. They overthrew the Japanese supporters in Buenos Aires. Buenos Aires. And so now the Maya are best buds with the Buenos Aires folks. And that's clutch because I don't even know where they are, but that means that Japan just lost influence over Buenos Aires. Where is Buenos Aires? Buenos Aires. Aires. I don't even know where it is. Somewhere, right? Where is Buenos Aires? Yeah, that's clutch. That's gonna help. Yeah, they're up here. Mayans are up here for some reason. Oh, they're getting that iron. Yeah, iron is scarce on this map. This game. See, they should have put it here though. That was kind of dumb. They only got 2 iron from going all the way up here. They should have put it here so they could have got 6 iron and been a little bit more defended right here with these mountains. But that's sick. Buenos Aires no longer allies with Japanese. And see that unit I gifted them is now in Milan. I'm gonna gift them another unit that I don't really need up here. Another pikeman. Just kind of help them out, a little extra reinforcement here, just in case they want to attack Japan a little bit, or some of these troops that are going to be in and around Milan when the war breaks out 6-7 turns from now. Kill the last of these rebels. And see, what I need to do is send my spy, which I've kind of just been been sitting in my city that no one cares about. I'm so far behind in science. No one's sending spies to my city to steal my technologies. They don't care. So what I need to do is move them to a city-state and start staging my own coups of my own. You know, I need to start doing some coups of my own. / protecting my friends. Who's Ife? Where's Ife? Right here? So I'm going to have to put some strong military around the city of Ife. And what you can do is basically, if you have a big enough military, you can demand that they give you money. Like, I'm not going to attack you with this military I just put all around your borders. I won't attack you. Just pay me tribute. Give me some money, you know? So I can get some money out of that, and then I can also secure my alliance, my friendship with Samarkand, who wants me to do that. So one of their little quests for me is to demand tribute from Ife. And then I also need to get my incense up, and I'm so far winning their task of getting the most culture. Hopefully I finish up and secure that. Demand some tribute from Ife, and I'll basically secure Samarkand as my ally for a while, unless someone else tries to coup him. Riga also, they want me to demand tribute from someone I can't demand tribute from because I'm at war with them. But hopefully I can keep these two as my strong rivals, and let's see who I could potentially coup. There was someone I wanted to coup, right? Oh, it was Cape Town. Yeah, I wanted to coup Cape Town. So I got to give them a gift of gold. I got to connect incense. I really need to get incense. That's going to get a lot of friend points with a lot of people so far, it seems. I need to give them a gift of gold, That'll be a big boost. And then I need to coup them from Polynesia. Take them away from my Jim Bro Polynesia's hand. Who was it? Cape Town? Yeah. Move to Cape Town. We're going to do a little coup d'etat in Cape Town. And that'll actually help me just in general with this in general war we got going on over here. And I think it's about time to invade and take Kupang. We'll raise it to the ground. So we're going to go ahead and do that.
Couldn't trust the Republican Party any longer, and particularly couldn't trust Roosevelt. Meanwhile, in the Democratic race, Woodrow Wilson, who had been governor of New Jersey as well as president of Princeton University, came into the election of 1912 and quickly became the popular frontrunner.
Wilson is a tough opponent given TR's platform. Jared Cohen is author of Accidental Presidents.
Wilson is probably the worst hand that TR could be dealt because Wilson's running as an even more extreme progressive.
Wilson was eloquent and idealistic. His dad was a Presbyterian minister, so he could preach to people about, the best in human character rising up to the government. He was really quite a good campaigner, but TR is scrappier, and he was a fighter. It's like, we're going to do this, we're going to do that, and it's much earthier.
Taft doesn't give very many speeches. Clearly, the battle in 1912 is now between Teddy and Wilson.
And Teddy has always been the most in his element on the campaign trail.
TR campaigns harder in 1912 than probably all of his campaigns combined. He couldn't help it. He had an insatiable appetite to put on a performance. And you see him doing this in the most trying times. He just had an incredible sense of the moment and how to make something of the moment. He does his whistle stop tours. He lambasts Taft. He's the best version of himself.
And drew wild, crazy, adoring crowds all over the country. At the end of this very exhausting campaign, they get to Milwaukee where he's going to give this major speech that night. He's tired. His voice is given out.
Before his speech, Roosevelt dines at the Gilpatrick Hotel. He then leaves the hotel and enters an open car, which is to take him to the Milwaukee Auditorium. John Fleming Schrank, a former saloon keeper from New Orleans, follows him into the street.
John Schrank had been stalking Teddy for several months, following Roosevelt around the country. John Schrank had a dream when McKinley died that Roosevelt was responsible, and McKinley had appeared to him in his bed saying, "You must avenge my murder."
When Roosevelt stands up in the back of
Yeah, I'm sure that's what it was. I'm sure it wasn't rich people getting a patsy to do this for him.
He aims his .32 caliber.
I'm sure that's what it is. Like, crazy angry guy had a dream that he should kill the president, not, bankers and scumbags and corrupt criminals and stuff wanted him dead. I'm sure it wasn't a conspiracy. I'm sure it wasn't nefarious people trying to take out the president in like a coup d'etat. I'm sure it was just some crazy guy who had a dream. Wink, wink. I'm sure that's the case. I'm sure that's what happened.
Directly at Roosevelt's
But the story's still sick overall.
And fires. The former president is wounded, but because he's not coughing up blood, TR believes he's avoided anything fatal. He orders the police to arrest Schrank, but not to harm him, and he decides to go ahead with his speech.
Bleeding from a chest wound, he gives an 84-minute speech. His life was saved by his steel spectacles case and his 50...
Dude, what a gangster. Dude gets straight up shot close range with a gun. Yeah, like the full impact is kind of obscured because it hit his glasses case or whatever. But dude is shot with a gun, like with a bullet in his chest, and is like, I'm not that hurt. I'm not that hurt. And don't hurt the guy that killed me. He's just a fool. He's an idiot. What a gangster, dude. What a straight gangster, bro.
Those away as souvenirs to people in the front rows because they would always be sacred relics of the day that Roosevelt was shot. It's impossible to imagine this happening to anyone else in American history.
What a gangster.
One Democratic supporter said, The bullet that lodges in Roosevelt's chest may have won the
My
election.
roommate's in the
for
chat. Hey, yo,
Roosevelt.
Sean, what's up? It's war.
incident
Yeah, war's on,
his
bro.
response
You've been
to it
missing. I've been
had
conquered. I
recreated
conquered
that
this
sense
city.
of
I just
magic
conquered and
that
destroyed
Roosevelt
another
had.
city. Little update. I conquered Surabaya. It's now mine. It's a puppet state. I'm about to annex it as part of my empire. I took this city, destroyed it to the ground, razed it to the ground. You can see the remains right here. City ruins right here. And we are about to take Kupang and do the same thing. This city is about to turn into ruins. And then we're going to like strategically regroup and secure. We're going to resupply and send more of these units I'm building down here. And we're going to try to take Makassar. Maybe.
The Republican Party is frustrated with the situation they have allowed.
And then, yeah, here, Darius and Polynesia made peace. So that's pretty... Peace made. Yeah, we're going to see a lot of war breaking out. Me and Morocco are going to war in Japan in 6 turns. And I bet when that happens, there's going to be a lot of war and chaos and craziness and deals and backstabbing happening. So, like, the next 10 to 30 turns in this game are going to start picking up. Like,
They know
seriously.
their chances for re-election have just decreased dramatically.
When TR bolted from the convention and started the Progressive Party, Republicans, of course, were horrified. And they saw what was happening. They knew they were split. They knew they were probably going to lose the White House. Their only hope was to somehow stop it. But TR was such a volcano of energy, and there was little chance they could do it.
One senator put it very concisely. He said, now the only question is which corpse, Taft or Roosevelt, gets the most flowers.
And in the end, Wilson wins by a landslide.
Taft came in third. Roosevelt came in second. He got the largest third-party vote in American history.
In the election of 1912, we have the first and perhaps the last of the great presidential races for independent third-party politics in American history.
But the presidency wasn't the only thing at stake.
Democrats take both the House and the Senate, so it's a devastating blow to the Republican Party, and they are not going to forgive Roosevelt. And that hurts.
He wasn't a man who typically lost at things. He thinks this might be it for him. So he gets very depressed. And what does TR do when he gets depressed? He retreats to some version of the wilderness, testing his body, testing his mind, and doing something really brash.
As he had done so many times before, TR seeks solace in nature and in adventure. This time, he decides to head to Brazil.
He decided he would do some kind of river trip in the Amazon. And his first idea was to travel down a river called the Tapajos, which was a fairly well-traveled river. But when he got to Brazil, the Brazilian foreign minister asked him if he would like to go on an expedition with a fellow named Colonel Rondon, the Brazilian Lewis and Clark.
There is a tributary in the Amazon nicknamed the River of Doubt that had recently been discovered, and he decides that he's going to navigate it.
But Roosevelt is no longer the young man who reinvented himself as a cowboy in the West, or the cavalry officer who rode up San Juan Hill.
Edith said to Kermit, go on this journey, watch over your father. He needs your help now. Edith understood that TR was overweight, out of shape, and that he hadn't prepared for this journey.
Hey, now,
You
come
have to
on.
be spiritually
Put some
ready for
respect on his
something
name.
like this. And he wasn't.
Put some respect on his weight.
Trips to the wilderness, whether it's the
He's bulking, bro. Teddy Roosevelt's going through a season of bulking, bro. He's just bulking up. He's bulking up and getting ready to conquer the Amazon rainforest. Life to the max. What's going on, my girl? What's going on? Life to the max. 07's Bear 7's in the chat. 07's Bear 7's in the chat to Jack as well. Sorry. Greetings, just a quick hello and goodbye. Keep spreading Christianity across the fictional world. Hope you had a good birthday, Sean. I did. My birthday was great, man. It was awesome. It was so awesome. Thanks everyone for the birthday wishes, for all the love. Thank y'all. I'm officially 33 years old. That lucky number, that lucky celebrity death number. You know, Illuminati confirmed. I am 33 years old. Illuminati confirmed. Do I do this or this? Do I do this one? Illuminati confirmed. 33 years old. It was a great birthday. Yeah, thank you. Love you life to the max. Hope all is well. Hope you have a good day out there. Crushing as always. Yeah, I will keep. I'm currently sending a prophet to keep converting these fictional pagans to the one true religion, to worshiping our God, our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, who loves you and forgives you, and is the only chance that you'll have at salvation for your sins. Jesus Christ. Letting these filthy, dirty, fictional pagans know the love and light that he has to offer, the peace, the rest, the comfort, the reassurance, the hope that he has to offer.
African safari, there's always something about it that is about reinvention and rediscovery. He has to almost kill himself in order to reimagine himself.
This trip quickly descends into danger.
100% humidity, starving, worried all the time that they would be attacked. They knew they were being watched. The indigenous people would leave out little messages like a severed monkey's head in a path around the rapids.
Whatever.
Just as Edith fears,
Little gifts
Teddy
for him.
is clearly not up to the challenge of the journey.
He and Kermit both contract malaria. There's these massive waterfalls, and they have to carry the canoes down, and one of the canoes is stuck.
This enormous current is forcing it into the rocks.
TR's leg was crushed against a rock, and this became septic. He became
I don't like that.
As the
I don't like
wound
this piece that
grows
was just
worse,
made
he
right
becomes
here.
more and more of a liability to the traveling party. The problem is, if you're Theodore Roosevelt, nobody's going to leave you behind.
The River of Doubt. It was discovered and went 850.
Real quick. So this is not good for me. It's not horrible. It's not like it's going to be bad. But see, Siam and Indonesia made peace. Looks like Siam did conquer that city that the Indonesians had right here and just burnt it to the ground. And then they made peace. I would have liked for them to continue fighting, and maybe like some of their navy over here could fight some of the navy here. So it was good. It was good, not great result, but looks like they made peace. But what I really need is for Genghis Khan to come here and start messing with and taking these 3 cities. That would be sick. That would be dope. So hopefully they start smelling the blood in the water. Once I take this city, and hopefully once I take this city, they'll start smelling the blood in the water.
Miles through very, very wild country with some extraordinarily difficult and dangerous rapids. But eventually it flattened out. When they got close to the bottom, Rondon called everybody together for a little ceremony where he officially renamed the river from the Duvida to the Rio Roosevelt, which is what it is today.
It's the exact opposite of the Badlands trip. When he goes to the Badlands, he bulks up, he toughens up, he builds more resilience. By the time he comes back from the Amazon, I mean, he's a really sickly looking man.
He was 55 pounds lighter and suffering a great deal from the infection of his leg. His medical record was an extraordinary series of accidents and problems. TR once said that he wanted to wear out, not rust out.
And when
So yeah, we have just conquered this city. It's kind of easier than I thought, and we're also going to kill one of their pikemen.
Here's military
So they're going to lose this crossbowman. Sorry, not pikeman. They're going to lose this city. I'm going to burn it to the ground.
The Austrian-Hungarian Empire is assassinated by a
Coupon.
Serbian nationalist in Montenegro. This will light a crisis.
And
that
see, I also get
becomes
money
World
from
War
capturing
I.
the city.
By the winter of
Burn it to the
1914,
ground, bro.
1915, there are
Burn
already
it to
a
the
million
ground.
Frenchmen dead. There are already a million Germans dead. And there's already 18 nations involved. This is not some small affair. And Theodore Roosevelt is able to see
Let's
that
rewind this. This
ultimately
is
the
kind of
United States
important.
cannot stay out of injury.
To wear out, not rust out.
And when he returns from the Amazon, the world has changed completely. Here's military historian Colonel Doug Dowds.
In June of 1914, Archduke Ferdinand, heir to the Austrian-Hungarian Empire, is assassinated by a Serbian nationalist in Montenegro. This will light a crisis that becomes World War I. By the winter of 1914, 1915, there are already 1 million Frenchmen dead. There are already 1 million Germans dead. And there's already 18 nations involved. This is not some small affair. And Theodore Roosevelt is able to see that ultimately the United States cannot stay out.
President Woodrow Wilson does not agree.
When the Great War started, Woodrow Wilson said that it was a European issue. The United States should stay out of it.
Woodrow Wilson, in many ways, embodies everything Roosevelt hates. Wilson, in his eyes, is effete and equivocating and doesn't have that sort of sense of moral righteousness and that warrior mentality. So he's railing against Wilson and saying we need, at the very least, to prepare. We need to be drafting people, building up our military. So Roosevelt, again, is sort of outside of power, but using his influence to try to push the nation towards a firmer footing when it comes to being ready for the war.
At the start of World War I, German submarines were roaming the Atlantic and picking off British ships. They warned this British liner, the Lusitania, we know that you're transporting guns to the war, and we might sink you. And they put ads in the New York papers and said, don't travel on the Lusitania. But Americans rode the Lusitania anyway, and the Germans sank it. So TR said it was murder on the high seas. Are you going to stand up for us, Woodrow Wilson? Well, probably not.
Roosevelt sees the sinking of the Lusitania as a direct act of war against the United States.
So yeah, I'm definitely
Of the
gonna.
nearly 1,200 people who go down with the ship, 123 are Americans.
After the outcry over the sinking of the Lusitania, Wilson got an agreement from the Germans that they would suspend unrestricted submarine warfare. But by 1917, Germans aren't doing well. So they have to roll the dice, starting unrestricted submarine warfare again. Wilson had said that would be the straw that breaks the camel's back.
And now he will ask for a declaration of war.
TR had believed all his life that if you took a position, you had to stand up to it. If the position was that you should go to war, you should be willing to fight in it if you possibly could. When the First World War came around, of course, he tried to get in. He asked Wilson to allow him to create another cavalry and go over to Europe.
Despite his age and his health, Teddy Roosevelt wants to go to Europe to fight on the battlefield.
What a G, dude.
50s by this time.
What a
He
gangster.
is blind in one eye. He's got gout. He's got rheumatism. He's had a bullet in him. He's basically a physical wreck. And the last time he was on a battlefield, the cavalry was still
gangster, dude.
horses, not tanks.
Still, TR complains. If Mr. Wilson had been able to rise above the cheapest kind of party politics, I would be over myself.
But Roosevelt still always kept that kind of romantic idea about warfare. Again, the father not serving in the Civil War, while for the rest of Roosevelt's life, the American soldiers who did serve in the Civil War were ubiquitous. And so this is why Roosevelt absolutely had to enter the war in Cuba. It's also why he pushed his sons to enter the First World War.
And certainly the four Roosevelt boys know exactly what they have to do. And one of them even says, it's time for us to practice what Father preaches. So Father is not going to be able to put on a uniform. He's been denied that opportunity, but we can. And so all four of them head off to war.
Teddy Roosevelt Jr. will be gassed. He'll be shot in the foot. He'll never have feeling in his left heel again. Archie will be wounded. His kneecaps will be shattered. 100% disability. Kermit is actually going to get sent over to Mesopotamia, and that's where he is going to contribute. And his youngest son, Quentin, he wants to be a pilot. He's got bad eyesight, so he memorizes the eye chart. He's got back problems. He lies about that and becomes an aviator.
Quentin was the youngest and the favorite. Little Quinticans, TR called him. And he fought dogfights in France. And TR was thrilled when he got accounts of how he had gone into a dogfight and shot down a German plane and had survived the attack by other German planes.
But Quentin will not survive the war. He dies in aerial combat over France on July 14th, 1918.
When the Germans came across Quentin and they saw that it was the son of Theodore Roosevelt, They held a full military funeral with honor.
Roosevelt never truly recovers from Quentin's
Yeah, I'll give you some wine, bro. Just stay my friend.
remark on how subdued the former
Just stay my friend for a while.
becomes, and his health
I'll give you
declines
some wine.
rapidly.
For free.
But he turns his remaining energy to supporting the well-being of the soldiers who do return from the war.
When the war was coming to an end, there was this desire on the part of the people to make sure that the soldiers and the country that they came back to was a better place. TR was exactly the right spokesman. He's talking about giving land and jobs to returning soldiers. He wants old age pensions. He's talking about women's suffrage and women's rights, social welfare programs, national service. So much of what would be in FDR's presidency, he is outlining right here, right now for the country.
He campaigns for citizens' rights, and then he campaigns for himself.
Roosevelt never gives up on the dream of reacquiring his position in the White House. Despite incredible sacrifice and tragedy and physical ill health, he is laying the groundwork for the nomination in
So,
1920.
Japan and Morocco, that inevitable war I was talking about up here, they are now at war.
Again, the most popular man in America.
Right here.
And I think that
See how that
public
goes.
sentiment toward him made him
I'm gonna have to
realize that
join
the
here in a couple
kaleidoscope had
turns.
shifted, and yes,
Help
indeed,
my
he
bro out.
possibly could run again and had a really good shot
Help my
this
brother
time.
out.
Even though he was in miserable shape, he still charged on in typical TR fashion. He was correcting proofs to his latest book. He was concerned about various policy issues. He was preparing for speeches he was going to give.
Roosevelt's health declines throughout 1918 as a result of the disease he had contracted in South America. At one point, he is hospitalized for 7 weeks. Eventually, he is strong enough to return to his Long Island home, Sagamore Hill. Roosevelt dies there in his sleep at the age of 60 after a blood clot travels to his lungs.
He died on January 6th, 1919, just 60 years old, of an embolism.
Roosevelt dies still looking to act, still reaching toward the future.
Somebody quipped, death had to come to TR when he was asleep. Otherwise, he would have put up a fight.
He created himself as an enduring and
That's sick.
irrepressible character every step along the way. And for people all over the country, they had lived with him through all of his adventures. They had gone with him along every step, and now he was suddenly gone.
There was tremendous outpouring of sorrow. He was somehow impervious to the things that harmed you and I. And even the family had a hard time understanding that TR was gone.
Roosevelt's son, Archie, sent a telegram to his brothers who were still in Europe, and he said, "The old lion is dead." There are two types of presidents. There are caretaker presidents, which is almost all of them, and then there are presidents who define America and help to move America in a new direction. And Roosevelt is certainly one of those.
Roosevelt said, there's this one great ideal that we revere, individualism. But he says, there's another virtue that we always forget about, and that's the common good. We're all in this together.
Roosevelt used the bully pulpit to steward the soul of the country and to tell people to follow their better selves. Fairness, justice, equity is what drove him.
The core values that Roosevelt expressed most of his life really went back to his father and to Abraham Lincoln. Essentially, it's the idea that every man should have a chance to rise to the level of their talent and discipline. He said he wanted the farmer's son and the mechanic's son to have the same chance as a son of privilege.
His ability to connect with almost anyone he meets, his willingness to hear their stories and see the world through their eyes, allows him to imagine and pursue a more just society.
The greatest thing that Theodore Roosevelt did was to understand the imbalance of power between the common people and the elites. I think that involved Roosevelt having to step outside of his own upbringing to look with sympathy or empathy on those who had so little. That, to me, that's heroic.
I think if we could point to a president whose coming-of-age story in the late 19th century represents someone who could literally grab the reins of power and shake up the rest of the world, he was America as a singular figure.
TR loved being president.
Thank you, Teddy Roosevelt. Thank you. Thank you for your service. Thank you for being a legend. Thank you for being like the greatest American of all time.
Interesting man in America.
Second best president of all time.
Another figure in American history like Roosevelt that he almost did nothing in the whole course of his life. That
Thank you,
wasn't
TR.
somehow the
We love
basis
you,
of
brother.
great stories, great
I'll see you one day in
adventures,
heaven.
great revelations of his integrity and his outsized heroic personality. There's nobody else like him.
Making Teddy is a podcast from the History Channel, produced by Ben.
And look at this. Everyone's trying to coup. Everyone's trying to take over Cape Town right now. So, was that My Spy? Yeah, My Spy failed at rigging them. The Maya gained influence, even though it should have been Polynesia. That's weird. Oh, the Maya succeeded in rigging them and have gained influence there. But what I need to do is give them a gift. I could just ask for tribute and just take money, but I don't want to do that. I actually want them to be my buddies. So I'm going to give them a gift. They're going to be my friend. And I need another 77 influence points before I can really get like a 43% chance of the coup success. I need to get some more influence points so that I can get close to being able to coup d'etat them. Yeah, let's go. Let's start listening to about Hannibal. I wanted to look this documentary up about Hannibal. From a channel I like, History Marsh. Hannibal, parts 1 through 5. Rome's greatest
As a VFX
enemy.
artist, my world can be anything I want it to be. Warfare. As a fan of our channel, you should definitely check out our friends over at CuriosityStream, my personal favorite streaming service that features thousands of documentaries geared towards the lifelong quest to learn, explore, and understand. I've been subscribed to CuriosityStream for over 2 years now, and I can highly recommend their history documentaries, which features topics from ancient, medieval, and more modern times. As our subscribers, you get free access to the entire library of documentaries
Oh boy, here we
on
go.
CuriosityStream. Click on the link in the
Here we go.
description and register with the code HistoryMarsh to get 30 days of free unlimited access to thousands
Here
of
we go.
documentaries on CuriosityStream. And by registering, you'll also be supporting our channel. After General Hasdrubal the Fair was assassinated by a Celtic slave, 26-year-old Hannibal was elected as the new Carthaginian commander. The young general immediately made plans to invade Rome, but he couldn't begin the campaign before strengthening Carthage's control over the Iberian Peninsula. So Hannibal went to work. He launched 2 highly successful campaigns in 221 and 220 BC, extending Carthaginian influence beyond the Tagus River. But while on the return route to New Carthage, Hannibal was taken by surprise by a coalition of Iberian tribes.
So this is gonna, I think the first part of Hannibal's life pretty much was in like Spain around here, and then he like moved this way. He moved this way and eventually went over the mountains. I'll point out the way as like the documentary goes, but he eventually took a giant army with like elephants. Just went over like the Alps. Just went over the Alps here and started like messing with and conquering northern Rome, which was nutso. So yeah, look, we're building our navy. We're starting to pump out navy units. It's on, bro. It's on like Donkey Kong. Once I get a navy, the world will shake. The world will tremble. Yeah, as the documentary goes, I'll point this out. I'll point out what Hannibal's up to, what on the map.
Led by the Carpetani tribe, the Iberians assembled a large army. They blocked Hannibal's path and fortified their position against the Tagus River, then waited for the Carthaginian general to attack. Here, Hannibal showed his military
This is
genius for
somewhere
the
in
first
Spain.
time.
Somewhere here.
Instead of attacking the Iberians head-on, he erected his own fortified camp.
He was kind of
and
on this end of Spain,
By
right
day's
here.
end, his scouts found a river crossing to the
Southeast Spain.
southeast. During the wee hours of the night, Hannibal ordered a small contingent to stay in the camp and keep all campfires burning, creating the illusion that the whole Carthaginian army was still encamped. Meanwhile, he led his army on a swift flanking maneuver further up the river. By sunrise the next day, Hannibal was behind the Iberian position, feigning retreat towards New Carthage. Thinking that the Carthaginians were retreating, the Iberians rushed to intercept them. But once they were midstream, Hannibal sprung his trap and unleashed his...
Iberians are like Spain's. Like, so Iberia was like basically Spain before Spain was Spain. That's like this area. That is like what Indonesia is. So like where Indonesia is on the map, that was like Iberia. This eastern coast and the Mediterranean side for Spain. Those are Iberians. So when they say in that, that's the Iberians. And Hannibal was Carthage, which was kind of where the yellow and red is here. This like northern Africa, this side of the African Horn. Not the African Horn. What's that called? This giant bay thing right here. I forget what it's called. But yeah, this northern side of Africa, pretty much mostly where this yellow is here, but where some of this red is too, was Carthage. And then obviously Rome was like in Italy, and they were all fighting over these islands here in the middle of the Mediterranean. They were fighting just back and forth each other for hundreds and hundreds of years leading up to this. So Hannibal, his dad was like a big famous general. And you want to be friends now? You want to be friends now, Darius? We'll be friends. Let's see what you're up to. We'll be friends. Lost other cannon. Wasn't great. But Hannibal's dad and Hannibal went to Spain and started conquering and stealing all the resources and really getting this as part of like Carthage, and started like solidifying their forces and their money up to basically like go but get revenge on Rome for winning a couple wars and really crippling their economy. And so Hannibal comes to Spain and really starts building up a giant army and getting a lot of wealth. The main empire is right here, and eventually he'll get into it. But there's a city kind of close to like here, I think, where Samarinda is or where Cape Town is, called Saguntum. And he'll get into it here in a second, I'm sure. But a conflict happens, war gets declared, war breaks out, and Rome declares war on Carthage. They think the fighting is going to be mostly like in the seas or like over Sicily or over these islands or kind of in the seas. Rome thinks we're going to have to invade Carthage, so they get ready to invade. And Hannibal goes, nuh-uh, bro, and gets a giant army and sends them all the way across all this land over the Alps in the winter, which is just nuts, with like elephants and horses, and comes all the way up here, starts conquering and raiding and pillaging all this area in northern Rome, really like outsmarting and outmaneuvering all the Roman generals who were like the best in the world at that time. So this giant war breaks out. He starts freeing all the slaves and getting all like the enemy tribes of Rome to join his side. And he makes this giant army up here, and we'll get into it here.
Chest deep in the fast-flowing river wouldn't offer much resistance and were cut down with ease by the Carthaginian cavalry charge. Those who managed to cross were...
And war update. I'm going to try to take Makassar. I'm going to almost kind of suicide this army I have right now and just really send everything I have at killing as much of their units as possible, and hopefully I can take this city. I might end up with a lot of casualties here right now, but I'm willing to take that risk. I'm going to take this city with what I have here, this military, try to take this city, try to take as much of his army as possible, and then I'm going to like actually chill. I might even sign a peace treaty. I think I might, depends how many losses I have, but I might go to them after that and sign a peace treaty and just chill for a minute and just kind of like really conquer and re-establish these 3 cities as part of my empire. And then I'll start to kind of slowly rebuild an army, and eventually one day we'll come take Jakarta. Unless I take this really easy, then we might just head on down the road to Jakarta. So we'll see kind of how this goes. But right now, my main goal is almost kind of not suicidally, but kind of in like a risky way, willing to like sacrifice some lives. We're going to try to take this city from them.
Trampled by the elephants. By now, the Iberian army lost all cohesion, and the mass of tribal warriors started fleeing. Hannibal ordered his army to pursue them across the river, completely routing the enemy. On the Tagus River, Hannibal had his first major victory, but Rome took notice. Wanting to stop Hannibal's expansion, the Romans made their presence felt. Already allied with the wealthy and powerful city of Saguntum, Rome declared it their protectorate, an act that Hannibal perceived as a violation of the treaty signed by the two great powers in 225 BC, which divided the Iberian Peninsula along the Ebro River into Carthaginian and Roman spheres of influence. A sworn enemy of Rome, it didn't take long before Hannibal acted. He marched on Saguntum and besieged the city. In 219 BC, the Carthaginian army reached the outskirts of Saguntum. The city was heavily fortified, situated atop steep slopes and cliffs high above the surrounding plain. Saguntines requested aid from Rome, but the Romans were busy fighting the Illyrians. Nevertheless, with provisions stockpiled, Saguntum was prepared. Besieging it would not be easy. Hannibal installed a blockade around the entire city and placed most of his forces at the western end. Saguntines stubbornly kept pushing every Carthaginian assault back, but the siege went on for months, and the many assaults gradually wore down portions of the wall. Eventually, the defenders had to abandon their outer defenses and form up behind the inner wall. Slowly and relentlessly, Hannibal's army made progress. And after 8 brutal months, the Saguntines made their last stand at the citadel. Soon after, the city fell. Inhabitants that survived the siege were either killed or sold into slavery.
See, we're not looking too good right now. Let's see if I can do whatever it takes to get this city.
Rome demanded justice for what they perceived was the violation of the treaty.
Let's see if I can steal this city from
Saguntum
them.
was in the Roman sphere of influence, according to the treaty. They asked Carthage to hand over Hannibal to Rome so he can be punished. But the Carthaginian Senate stood by their general, and by the end of the year, the Second Punic War began.
Now at Hardee's, 2 hand-breaded chicken
That's
tender
kind of
wraps
nuts.
are
That's a
only
curveball.
$5. Choose your favorite.
This is kind of a curveball. Ottomans declare war on Japan. Japan is now at war with Morocco, Ottomans, and me, which is probably the first, second, and third place right now. So Japan's probably got to go against like the 3, probably literally the people who are in first, second, and third right now. Ottomans are in first. Me and Morocco are probably both competing for second and third right now. And he's now fighting a war against all 3 of us. Not looking good. Not looking good for him. Not looking too good for Japan right now. Not looking too good for Indonesia right now. So yeah, now I'm going to be brought into this war. Let's get this started. Let's get this started. We could be friends too. You can come into our friendship. So yeah, Japan and Indonesia are pretty much my enemies right now. Everyone else is either like literally my friend or friendly with us. So we really just are focused on defending / attacking ourselves from Japan and Indonesia right now. And 99% of that is of that is me focusing on Indonesia. You know, I'm not worried about Japan at all. They're on the other side of the map, and they now have a two-front war against probably the #1 empire right here, to their south, right over here. This is Ottomans. They are #1 for sure. Probably have a big army. We'll see, but they're here in the south. And then on their west is probably also one of the top 5 armies and one of the best economies and one of the best industrial capacity empires right here to their west, sharing their borders. Yeah. So we'll see how this plays out. Milan is my ally, and see they're next to Japan. So there might not be, it's not going to go too crazy, but if he gets anywhere close to here, Milan will fight back. Milan might not send many troops into Japan's territory, so there might be a couple little skirmishes and fights or whatever, but for the most part, this will be pretty tame. But they are on my side, so technically they are at war with this city right here. And where we stand at the war right now, I have killed 30 Indonesian military units total, and they have killed 17 of mine. So we're still almost at that like 2-to-1 ratio. Overall, where did he move those units? Yeah, I do not want him moving these units past me this way. And we're going to use this profit to get rid of some of these goofy religions from my city and my ally cities. Back to Hannibal.
Hannibal wintered in New Carthage, preparing for the upcoming campaign. He placed his brother Hasdrubal in charge of Iberia, with 15,000 troops and 21 elephants, along with a fleet of ships to protect the coastline. To break possible tribal allegiances, around 15,000 Iberian infantry were swapped for 15,000 African infantry, who were more reliable, sending the Iberians to Carthage and Libya to bolster defenses against a possible Roman landing. And in the spring of 218 BC, with the full support from the Senate, Hannibal marched out of New Carthage with 54,000 infantry and 8,000 cavalry, dividing his army into 3 columns. But beyond the Ebro, tribes allied to Rome were hostile to the Carthaginians, and it took Hannibal about 2 months to pacify the region. He placed around 10,000 troops under the command of Hanno, ordering him to establish a line of defense on the Ebro against possible incursions into Carthaginian territory. With 38,000 infantry,
And we finally, man, it took so long there, but we are finally back to being happy, which is such an advantage right now, because his army is not happy. Maybe he is, actually. That's kind of surprising that he's not happy, or he is happy. That is kind of surprising. But we are full on in siege mode, almost sacrificially, almost kind of being stupid about this. I really want to take this city as fast as I possibly can right now. And these 2 crossbowmen, I'm almost like sacrificing and using as distractions. These 2 musketmen also are kind of almost like sacrificed and distractions for this army. I want this army to focus on these 3 guys on this side, while I actually use my cannons and these musketmen over here to like conquer this city. And then when I conquer it, whatever's left will basically just be playing defense from this city and just do as much damage as I can to the military he has, which will be trying to retake the city. So when I conquer this city, I'm basically going to use whoever I have left after it's successfully sieged and conquered to just really start almost like defending this city and doing whatever I can to kill as many of his units as possible over here. So that's kind of my strategy right now. Yeah. So I need to take that guy. And yeah.
1,000 cavalry and 37 elephants left at his disposal. Hannibal crossed the mountains and encamped on the other side of the Pyrenees.
So yeah, Hannibal, if you're saying that he's
Meanwhile,
crossed the
the
Pyrenees
Romans
Mountains right
divided their
here, and
forces.
he's moving his army
Their plan was to send Consul Publius
this way,
Cornelius
this
Scipio
way.
to intercept Hannibal in Iberia.
He's trying
Simultaneously,
to
Consul
move his
Tiberius
army
Sempronius
across southern
Longus
Spain
sailed to Sicily with
towards
the
the
intent
Alps
of
right
attacking
here, and he's
Carthage
going to
itself
cross those
if
Alps into
Scipio
northern
managed
Italy.
to stop Hannibal's advance. Additional Roman forces were left to guard the recently conquered Gallic lands in the Po Valley, a region the Romans called Cisalpine Gaul. Back at the foot of the Pyrenees Mountains, Hannibal laid the groundwork for the invasion. Rather than fighting his way towards Rome, he did everything to avoid conflict with the Gallic tribes, mostly paying them for free passage through their territory, promising that his only interest is to fight Rome. Moreover, Carthaginian messengers
retreat.
returning.
That's exactly what he needed to not do right there, was retreat. He's going to lose these armies anyways. What he needed to do was at least attempt to... what he needed to do was really push forward with these guys and take out as many of my cannons and muskets right here as he possibly could. He kind of messed up on that right there. We'll come back. We'll come back, Morocco, and we'll see. We'll make a trade in a second. Give me a second. Let me see what else. Let me see what other trades I got going on. Yeah, that was dumb. That was a dumb retreat of those units there. That was pretty dumb. So that probably just gave me the city right now with less deaths on my end as a result. So I can do more damage. What he needed to do was almost kind of sacrifice these units and cause as much damage as he possibly could and make it as difficult as he possibly could for me to take this city / almost have like no one left over as a result when the fighting was over. That retreat, even though it seemed kind of simple, like if you don't really understand this game, that might have seemed like, what, he just moved some guys like a couple squares back. Those couple squares are going to really hurt him. What he needed to do is either keep them in place or push forward and attack. And instead he retreated away, which might be better. It might, honestly, that could have been good. That could have been a strategic retreat. If he really doesn't have much army left at all, these might turn into really valuable. Whereas I'm kind of at a point where I can sacrifice these guys because I'm over here rebuilding my armies to replace them. He might not have the industrial capacity anymore to really rebuild his armies. So he might have needed to make that. I can't really tell, but he might have really needed. These guys are, let me put it this way, let me put it simply. His troops at this point are way more valuable to him than my troops are to me. I can easily replace my troops. I can easily move them along the roads to reinforce areas. He, it seems, is kind of can't do that. Which is ironic because remember right before the war even broke out, he was like insulting me, calling my army weak. Now look, I've captured 31 total units of yours, and you've only captured 19 of mine. And I have burned 2 of your cities to the ground. I have conquered a city. I'm about to conquer another city, and you're retreating. Oh man, it's over. It's done. You're done for.
From the Po Valley, assured Hannibal that the Gallic tribes there would welcome him, and that they had already began hostilities against Rome in anticipation of his arrival. This was welcome news for Hannibal, because he knew the Po Valley could provide more manpower and act as a staging point for operations into Roman territory.
So there it goes. Makassar is mine. Conquer, baby.
The River Rhone, Scipio's
welcome
army
to the Empire.
At Massalia to resupply, while on their way to Iberia. The Roman general knew that Hannibal crossed the Pyrenees, but he wrongly estimated that the Carthaginian general was still far from the Rhone. In truth, Hannibal's army was only 4 days' march away from Massalia. Hannibal rested his army for 3 days in hostile territory and began preparations to cross the Rhone. With the Roman army just 4 days away, Hannibal wanted to avoid a set-piece battle with the Gauls, eager to press on towards the Italian peninsula as soon as possible.
I captured that city way easier than I thought. So I'm, instead of like chilling, I'm actually probably going to push and try to destroy his army and maybe try to take Jakarta down there. We'll see. I have... So really at this stage of the game, if you want to invade and conquer, you have to have probably like at least 3 to 6 cannons and probably at least like 5 to 10 muskets. That's like a good solid army. That's pretty like that you're gonna win. You can win with less if you're smart, if you're strategic, if the terrain's on your side, if surprise is on your side or whatever. Your enemy's fighting a 2-front war, his forces are depleted, whatever that may be. But let's count up what I have right now. Even though some are hurt, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 muskets and 4 cannons. So I'm right at that point of having like a pretty sizable, decent invading force army. I do need to kind of chill for a second and let these guys heal up. I might not be able to. We'll see what he does. If he keeps retreating, I'm going to chill for a second. If he's on the offensive, I need to like be on the counter offensive. And again, I need to like really get back to equipping my troops. I'm going to make a couple of horsemen that are going to help me. I'm going to send them down here to do what I did earlier and cause as much damage as I can, disrupt their trade lines, start like pillaging their tiles, taking their workers so they can't rebuild their tiles that I pillage. And yeah, just keep really adding to my military forces down here. And yeah, let's push on and try to take Jakarta. And then simultaneously what I'm doing is trying to frantically build up a navy. And I'm starting to get some navy units here. Like I said, like I have these frigates that are finally actually powerful warships. So I can actually push him back and sink ships like that. I can actually start sinking his ships like that. So yeah, he's toast. He's done. Indonesia's done. It's just at this point, it's a matter of how quickly I can take him and with the least amount of damage caused to myself before I really like take him out of the game and conquer his capital. So yeah. Good job, guys. Good job, guys. War successfully waged.
But on the opposite riverbank, encamped was the army of
and
the
get this
Kavaras
goofy
tribe,
Zoroastrian
a
religion out of
Roman
my city
ally.
attire.
They gathered all their boats and built a barrier on the riverbank in preparation to contest the Carthaginian crossing. But Hannibal devised a cunning plan. On the third night, under the cover of darkness, he sent a flanking detachment under the command of Hanno, son of Bomilcar, some 40 kilometers, 25 miles, north. Hanno crossed the river and rested his troops for one day. On the second night after leaving the Carthaginian camp, Hanno's detachment again moved during the night, eventually deploying behind the Kavares camp at dawn. The trap was set. Early next morning, Hanno used smoke to signal Hannibal to start crossing the Rhone. As the Carthaginian vessels were lowered into the massive river, Kavares' army formed a line on the opposite riverbank. Hannibal was one of the first to cross, to the roars and cheers from his men on the western bank. As the Carthaginians started disembarking on the eastern riverbank, Hanno sent a part of his force to loot and destroy the Kavares camp, while he personally led the charge against the Gauls near the river. The Kavares were stunned by the flanking maneuver, and they began fleeing the field in panic, unable to cope with Hannibal's perfectly synchronized attacks. With the Gauls scattered, the battle was soon over. The Carthaginians hastily proceeded to cross the river. Most of Hannibal's troops crossed the Rhone.
Alright, so we got my trade deals worked out. Our economy's looking good. Our science is finally being churned out. It's going to be clutch to get industrialization. So when I get this, it's going to reveal the coal resources on the map. I've had no idea where the coal resources are. I need to get those as fast as possible, as much as I can. Hopefully there's a good amount in my borders already. Otherwise, I'm going to have to go build cities or expand to places that have coal. I need to get that so that I can build factories. and factories really start pumping out the productivity of your cities. So I need to really try to get my factories as fast as possible here. After that, oil is the next resource I can't see on the map. That's going to be the next kind of mad dash scramble. So the first thing is horses and iron. Horses not too crazy or important. Iron is important to get. Again, that's why I moved this. That's why I built this city over here, to get that iron square right here, this iron tile. There's another one over here. I don't really know if I might have to build like a second city over here to come get this iron. Because iron is, and he's got some down here. If I do end up getting Jakarta, I might have to do whatever I can to either conquer or whatever, acquire that iron. Because iron is really crucial for building these ships. These the Navy ships, the powerful Navy ships of like this era of the game. Next is going to be coal, and the next after that's oil. Oil is super duper important. So coal is like really you just need like 5 to 10 total. After that, it's not really a big deal. Oil is like you want as much as possible. You want to just, it's like real life. Like you just start conquering people to get their oil, because it really makes you able to build really powerful battleships and warships, and also planes. Really powerful like bombers and planes and stuff. So later in the game, you really want a lot of oil. So we'll get to that point though.
While it took another day to get the elephants across the river. While the Carthaginian army gathered on the eastern bank, friendly Gallic messengers from the tribes in the Po Valley arrived, warning Hannibal that a Roman fleet is anchored nearby. Hannibal sent his scouts to locate Scipio's army, and, incredibly, not long after, his Numidian scouts stumbled into a Roman Gallic scouting party. Both generals now knew of each other's whereabouts. Scipio quickly moved north to confront Hannibal, but by the time the Romans reached the crossing point a few days later, only an empty Carthaginian camp was left behind. Hannibal had no time to waste. He had to reach the Alps before the winter. But trouble was brewing in Iberia. Scipio placed his brother, Gnaeus Cornelius Scipio Calvus, in charge of leading the army into Iberia, while he headed back to the Po Valley to assume command of Roman troops there and prepare for the Carthaginian invasion. Scipio Calvus, now in charge of the invasion force, disembarked at Emporiae. The Greek trading cities and the Iberian tribes in the region welcomed the Romans. But even prior to the arrival of Roman troops, the Carthaginians began to lose control over the conquered region, as Hanno's force wasn't large enough to conduct offensive operations. What's worse, Hanno only learned about the Roman arrival when Scipio Calvus was well on his way towards the Ebro River. He sent word to Hasdrubal, who began marching north with 8,000 infantry and 1,000 cavalry. But instead of waiting for Hasdrubal, Hanno marched out with 10,000 troops to meet the 20,000-strong Roman army. Scipio Calvus easily crushed the Carthaginians, killing 6,000 and capturing 2,000 troops, along with Hanno himself. Once Hasdrubal arrived, he didn't have enough troops to meet the Romans in battle, so he launched fast-moving raids along the coast. Carthaginian raiders killed many Roman sailors as they were foraging, reducing the effectiveness of the Roman fleet by half. Nevertheless, Rome now had full control over Iberia, north of the Ebro River, a serious blow to the Carthaginian war effort. Moreover, northern Iberia would become a base of operations for Roman incursions into Carthaginian territory, south of the Ebro River. Meanwhile, having marched his forces over the Alps, Hannibal would soon turn the Italian peninsula into a war zone, in a campaign that would elevate him to a general of legendary status.
Hey tech lovers, hold on to your seats because I just snagged a MacBook Pro for an insane 80% off. Yes, you heard right, 80%. It's a refurbished model, but let me tell you, it's indistinguishable from brand new. It arrived with all the bells and whistles, every original accessory included. I was a bit wary about going refurbished, but this Mac...
No, gay guy, we're not buying your computers.
It is the year 218 BC. As Roman legions under consul Tiberius Sempronius Longus sail south to invade Carthage itself. Gnaeus
they just straight
Cornelius
up
Scipio Cal-
They just straight up lost the city. This is mine now for sure. They're not even going to attempt to get it back. I have a full army on this side of the river, so he'd have to defeat this whole army and then try to attack across a river to get this city back. It's mine, man. Surabaya is for sure mine. I mean, that's not even up for debate. It's 100% part of my empire, and yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that. Makassar is like 95% a part of my empire. And then I'm going to chill for a second, keep taking out as much of his navy as possible, keep taking out as many of his units as possible. And then we're going to reinforce this army and come down and try to take Jakarta and the capital. Onward to Jakarta. Onward to Jakarta.
is consolidating Rome's position in Iberia, while his brother, Consul Publius Cornelius
Alright, he's now killed
Scipio,
20 of my
rushes
units.
back to the Po Valley
I have killed
to take
34
command
of
the
his
Roman army
units.
there and stop Hannibal. Both sides are confident of victory. Although the Carthaginians are faced with serious setbacks in Iberia, in Gaul, Hannibal speeds up his approach to the Alps when he befriends the Allobroges tribe by adjudicating in a dispute between two royal brothers over who should rule. The seemingly grateful new ruler of the tribe, Brancus the Elder, provides the Carthaginians with supplies, warm clothes, food, and guides. And so begins Hannibal's perilous journey.
That's a
through the
gangster
Alps.
move.
But as the ascent
That's a gangster move. He's moving his army across. He runs into this kingdom that's like, two brothers are fighting for power. And he basically just goes like, I choose this one. I choose this brother to be the new king. Now you take over and then give me a bunch of stuff because I made you king. Because I basically showed up and said, if this other guy tries to be king, I'll kill him. So I have a giant army. I'm going to tell your kingdom what to do. This guy's now king. And hey, new king, give me a bunch of stuff that I need, and I'll be on my way. That's a gangster move, dude.
Brancus's friendly guides turn home. Here, Hannibal shows he is as skillful in mind games as he is in generalship.
That's a pretty gangster
Sensing an
move,
ambush,
dude.
he sends scouts ahead who report that the tribesmen are indeed mustering their forces just ahead on higher ground near their settlement, waiting to attack the passing Carthaginian column. With a select group of experienced troops, Hannibal sneaks up to a position overlooking the tribal settlement and plans his next move. As night falls, he signals his army to proceed marching. Spotting the movement, tribal sentries raise the alarm and, just as Hannibal had hoped, an attack begins on the Carthaginian column. Expecting the impending attack, Carthaginian troops below stand fast on the precipice. A swarm of tribal warriors smashes into their solid defensive line, the initial push throwing many over the cliff's edge. But the Carthaginians hold their ground, and the tribesmen soon realize that they have fallen into a trap. Hannibal rushes downhill, while Carthaginian troops from below simultaneously begin pushing uphill. Many tribesmen are cut down in a matter of minutes, their morale broken by the lightning-fast Carthaginian
This guy needs a move,
counterattack.
dude. I'm trying to put this pearls here. I'm trying to get those
With
pearls,
the enemy
bro.
driven off, Hannibal and his men turn their attention towards the village. They storm the tribal settlement and seize all of their winter provisions. At dawn, the Carthaginian march resumes. Over the following 3 days, the marching column continues unopposed. But all that changes on the 4th day as the Carthaginians enter a narrow gorge where they are met by several tribal chiefs who offer friendship, hostages, and guides. Suspecting that the Gallic tribes from these parts are no friendlier, Hannibal accepts their offer, but takes precautions by secretly moving the vulnerable baggage train and cavalry to the front of the column, and positions his heavy infantry in the rear.
Everything in life is a negotiation. When you cross the street is a negotiation. Getting your coffee at Starbucks.
All right. Me and number one guy in town are now friends.
As the Carthaginian march continues through the extremely narrow
Me and the big
pass,
bad wolf are now
the
friends.
200-meter vertical cliffs ominously tower over them. And they are not alone. The Gallic warriors are watching from above. Having set up an ambush further up the gorge, the tribesmen bide their time, shadowing Hannibal's army for 2 days. But suddenly, at a very narrow point in the gorge, the Carthaginian column gets blocked from the front as the tribesmen unleash their attack. Rocks and projectiles rain down from the cliffs above onto the Carthaginians below, killing many in the process. Animals panic and trample over soldiers who hopelessly look for cover. The main
Did my
Gallic
boy
force
Hannibal
appears
dirty on
behind
that.
the Carthaginian column and charges their rear, expecting weakest resistance there as they hope to loot and destroy their supply train. But again, Hannibal proves he is one step ahead of his opponents, as the heavy Carthaginian infantry he previously placed in the rear pushes back the Gallic charge and inflicts heavy losses on the enemy, forcing them to retreat after a brief battle. Hannibal then urges his men to push forward out of the killing zone as the barrage of rocks from above continues. It is not until 1 day later that the Carthaginians finally reach safety on the other side of the gorge. The last of the Allobroges attacks is beaten off, but the remorseless fighting against the Gallic tribes took its toll on Hannibal's army. To make matters worse, the weather soon turns as winter comes early. Hannibal's troops find themselves
Man, he's losing
battling heavy
valuable military
snowstorms.
pieces. It's over, dude.
Traversing through rocky
It's over.
gorges and steep
He
mountain
fumbled this one.
slopes, many are swallowed by treacherous voids lurking just under the snowfall. Men, animals, and wagons slip and slither on the ice towards precipitous ravines and treacherous chasms.
He fumbled, bro.
Finally, 9 days into the march, the Carthaginians set up camp just below the top of the pass as they wait for stragglers to catch up. 2 days later, Hannibal rallies his troops at the top and points to the panorama of Italy below. There he vows to his men, "You will have the capital of Italy, the citadel of Rome, in the hollow of your hands." And with that, they begin descending towards the Po Valley. But the slopes on the way down are far steeper and largely covered in ice. The treacherous terrain claims the lives of many more troops and animals. Adding to the hardship, a collapsed stretch of road forces the Carthaginian column to
Sunk
stop
another one
for
of their
3
ships.
days
Man.
amidst freezing conditions while the road is repaired. But finally, after braving these horrific conditions, the Carthaginians reach the foot of the Alps. Having lost nearly half of his army, Hannibal takes stock of his troops who suffered terribly during the crossing. Of the 45,000 that set off through the Alps just 16 days ago, only 26,000 made it to the other side. There, the Roman army awaits. In late 218 BC, Hannibal marched his forces over the Alps. But before he can confront the Romans, he first tackles his 3 immediate priorities. He resupplies and rests his exhausted men, begins rebuilding his army by recruiting new contingents of Gallic troops from the Po Valley, as his current army is only barely equal in size to a single Roman consular army. And as soon as his troops are rested, he quickly moves to secure the loyalty of Gallic tribes. Aware that loyalty, or at least compliance, cannot be guaranteed by flattery and gifts alone, Hannibal asserts his authority by making...
Alright, so we got another spy. Where do we want to move this spy? Marigas? Marigas over here? No. Samarkand, Florence, Milan. I need to keep Milan. So I need him to move to Milan. And one day I'll do a coup on Cape Town. And I didn't want to advance that. I wanted to see, so we have a coal here in Arabia's territory. That's annoying. We've got coal here next to Samarkand, so I'm going to have to buy that before he advances there. Oh, it's on, baby. It's on. It's on. Mongolia declares war on Indonesia. It's on, man. So Indonesia's done for. Their empire is just crumbling. I have defeated Indonesia. They're not a threat. So at this point, it's just everyone's going to be coming for blood, coming to take what they can before they fully collapse. Before I fully make them just totally non-existent, everyone's going to be picking at trying to steal as many cities as possible. So 113, you're going to give me that gold, and you're going to give me incense, bro. Let's go 10. So yeah, if we connect incense to our empire, there's some city-states that want us to do that, right? Cape Town wants us to do that. That was clutch. Yeah, this is wild. Genghis Khan is coming for these 3 cities. He smelled the blood is in the water. He smells the blood in the water, and he wants some. He wants dinner. Dinner is served. And now that I actually am like building up a navy and actually causing them some damage here, destroying some of their navy units, they're going to start to really not be able to defend these North African cities. So Siam's probably going to come back again for them. We'll see. We'll see if they choose to or not. And there was something I was going to check on. Oh yeah, coal. I need to look at where the coal is. It's very important to get the coal. So I got one here. I got a tile here I got to get and develop. Man, not a lot. And one here. Yeah, I just got to buy this tile so that he can't get to it. And send a worker over here to develop that. And I got one here. So yeah, we're good. We're good on coal. We're good on coal. The next one's going to be oil. So when oil is revealed on the map, that's going to be the real scramble to get all the oil I possibly can. You do get to the point where like you have to George Bush it. You have to pull a George Bush and go to war with people over oil. You're going to have to like take out like smaller countries that can't defend themselves but are sitting on oil. You got to pull a George Bush and you got to go in and get the Earl. You got to go get the Earl. Sometimes that's just the way things gotta go. You know, the alpha needs to get his oil. The Alpha needs to do a little, you know, spreading democracy so that oil ends up in the right people's hands, you know. So obviously we're advancing the military a little bit here. We're going to send this knight up to do some pillaging and some disrupting. Here, this way. And we finally have a navy presence, boys. We finally have a formidable navy. Not the greatest, but enough to do this. Sink some of his ships. Yeah, he's done for. He's done for. You're going to see a bunch of countries start declaring war on him because he's done for. And everyone's going to try to come pick the bones of a once great empire that is days away from being conquered.
An example of the Torini tribe, who resisted the Carthaginian advance. After a 3-day siege, he orders his troops to storm the main town of the Torini. All of the inhabitants, men, women, and children, are massacred. This calculated display of ruthlessness serves to show the Gallic tribes what is the price of hostility to the Carthaginian cause. Meanwhile, on the waves off the coast of Sicily, the Carthaginians strike the first blow. In preparation for a full-scale invasion to take back the important port cities that they once
this is
held,
the Carthage Empire
ships begin
in real
raiding
life, not in this
strategic
game.
islands around Sicily.
So what they're doing is they're sending
In the
ships
west,
to like
the
mess with
operation is successful.
Sicily here.
But further east,
The
while
southern
raiding
tip
the
of the
Vulcan
Roman
Islands,
Empire here.
a few Carthaginian ships are blown off course
Here.
in a terrible storm.
And Hannibal crossed the mountains here.
Not far from the Straits of Messina,
And he's now
they are
in
eventually
this
spotted
area
and attacked
on
by the
this side of the
Syracusan
mountains.
Navy. The
we
Roman
don't want
ally
peace, bro.
captures 3 Carthaginian ships.
We don't
and
want
their
peace.
crews.
I don't want
Under
peace with you,
torture,
brother.
the
I
seamen
want your
reveal
capital.
details about the
Hey, Indonesia, I don't want peace with you. I want your capital.
Carthaginian plan to attack Sicily. The Syracusan king
coming for the
informs
crown,
his
baby.
allies of this,
And I
and
bet-
the
and I'm
Roman
not going
praetor
to
in
miss.
Sicily reacts promptly. The Romans learned that the Carthaginians have a larger fleet in the area, but that their ships are not packed with many soldiers. The Roman praetor decides to exploit this by packing each of his ships with twice as many legionnaires, effectively enabling each Roman ship crew to fight off 2 Carthaginian ships. With lookout posts set up along the shore, the Roman ambush is set. The Carthaginians close in unopposed, but as they approach their intended target, the Romans go on the offensive. They direct their ships towards one part of the Carthaginian fleet, rushing to board the enemy. In this 1 versus 1 situation, the more numerous Roman crews overwhelm the Carthaginian ships and quickly pick them off one by one. Eventually, the Carthaginian naval attack is defeated, and their attempt to gain a foothold on the island of Sicily in 218 BC fails. By this time, Consul Tiberius Sempronius Longus arrives and launches a counteroffensive along the south coast of Sicily and manages to capture Malta. He then turns back to intercept Carthaginian ships that are raiding the Vulcan Islands, Vibo and Brutium. But Longus's mission is cut short by news that Hannibal arrived in the Po Valley, and he gets summoned to bring his legions back north to help Scipio. Meanwhile, Scipio is eager to meet Hannibal in battle. With his 17-year-old son at his side, also named Publius, who will later become known as Scipio Africanus, Scipio crosses the river Po at Placentia and promptly continues west along the northern bank of the Po. Under his command are mostly less experienced troops, but Scipio is confident of defeating Hannibal. After all, in Scipio's view, he challenged Hannibal on the Rhone, and the Carthaginian general ran away. Hannibal, on the other hand, is quite surprised to learn that Scipio made it back to the Po Valley so quickly. He thinks that Scipio returned with his entire army, but he has no way of knowing that in fact Scipio's troops continued on to Iberia. Thinking that the Romans now have 2 whole armies in the Po Valley, the Carthaginian general fears that this force is now strong enough to deter Gallic tribes from joining him, and he wants a victory, fast. Hannibal knows that the Gallic tribes will not rally to his banner if he doesn't seem confident of defeating Rome. Not wasting any time, he marches his army downstream along the northern bank of the Po River to meet Scipio. Still unaware of each other's exact whereabouts, the 2 generals send scouting parties well ahead of their respective armies as they march towards each other. Each army's scouts soon report the enemy's presence, and both Hannibal and Scipio proceed with caution. The Romans build a pontoon bridge over the Ticinus River and set up camp on the western bank. Meanwhile, some 15 kilometers west, the Carthaginian column also stops and encamps for the night on the flat plain. A day later, both Hannibal and Scipio ride out in force to scout the area in person, each of them eager to gain a crucial early victory, which would inspire the rest of their troops and win support of the Gallic tribes. Hannibal rides with the bulk of his horsemen, while Scipio has all of his cavalry and a small force of Velitus with him. As the 2 contingents move through the flat plain, they soon spot each other because of the clouds of dust thrown up by the hooves of their horses. Both generals decide to deploy their troops for battle. Hannibal arrays his close-order Spanish cavalry in the front and forms the Numidian light cavalry in 2 groups behind the first line. Scipio places his Velitus in the front, aiming to soften up Hannibal's cavalry with javelin throws. Gallic allies form the second line, while the Roman cavalry is in reserve. As both contingents begin closing the distance, Hannibal sees that the Roman cavalry is fewer in number and makes a split-second decision not to engage in skirmishing with the Roman Velitus. Instead, he orders a full-blooded charge against the Roman front line. Scipio quickly responds by leading his cavalry forward, as the Velitus withdraw through the gaps to form a second line, without even managing a single javelin volley due to the onrushing Carthaginians. A few moments later, the cavalry clashes in the center. A fierce, bloody, static melee.
So, Arabia and Japan signed a peace treaty, and in the peace treaty, Arabia gave them Medina. So they didn't conquer Medina. They got Medina from Arabia, from the Arabs, with a peace treaty. They signed a peace treaty right here, and they agreed to give them that city, which they're just burning to the ground. Japan just screwed them, bro. You could have held off, dude. They weren't coming for you. You could have held off, and instead you just burned your city to the ground, basically. You basically said, hey, I'll burn my city to the ground, just let's end this war that doesn't need to be ended. Dumb, man. Dumb, man. Arabia, you're dumb, dude. And I'm going to have to conquer you at some point. So I'm kind of glad you're dumb. Alright, so look how far back. I'm like almost last in the science. That's not good, man. That's not good. I'd like to write that down. It's is not good, boys. I'm going to have to, like, use my military strategy to overcome how far behind I am at science. This is not good, my dudes. So we're going to take a second to write this down. Play more of the Hannibal doc.
Unlike the usual mobile cavalry encounters of the time, the horses panic in the chaotic close quarters fighting, and many horsemen dismount in order to fight more effectively on foot. For a while, the fighting seems indecisive, but this was another ruse by Hannibal. He waits until most of the Roman cavalry is fully committed, and then sends his Numidians on a flanking maneuver. This catches the Romans totally by surprise. Velitus on the flanks spot the envelopment, and some of them panic and flee. The fast Numidian cavalry quickly flows around the Roman flanks and tramples over the scattered light infantry. And then the noose begins to tighten around the Roman contingent. In the melee, Scipio is struck down from his horse. Carthaginian troops close in to finish off the wounded general, but at the final moment he is rescued. One early account of his rescue holds that a Ligurian slave saved the Roman consul. But the more popular version claims that his 17-year-old son Publius charged to rescue his father with a small group of Roman cavalry that clustered around the consul before retreating back towards the Roman camp. As word of Hannibal's victory spreads, Gallic tribes send emissaries to pledge their
Let's see
support.
who's got the highest score. You can see the score here, right here. I also like to write down every once in a while what the highest scores are.
During this early stage of the war. This forces Hannibal, whose army goes critically low on food in late 218 BC, to send a cavalry contingent to capture a Roman grain depot at Clastidium, guarded by a Roman garrison. Luckily for Hannibal, the garrison commander is from Brundisium in southern Italy, and when confronted he willingly surrenders the depot, and, in return for 400 gold pieces, joins the Carthaginian ranks together with the entire garrison. These troops become the first of the Italian allies to defect and join Hannibal. Meanwhile, the Roman army retreats to Placentia, where they plan to wait for Sempronius and his consular army. Although the defeat at the river Ticinus is far from a major loss, it nevertheless reinforces the apprehension with which the Romans would view Hannibal from now on, and it sets a psychological tone which would be felt in the much larger battles to come.
Hardee's 2 for $5 breakfast bake goodness into your morning. Choose a biscuit with sausage and egg, biscuit and gravy, or a country fried steak biscuit. Any two, just $5. Hardee's. Good.
After the defeat at Ticinus, the Roman Senate looks to save face by blaming Gallic allies for being ineffective. Taking comfort in the fact that Hannibal has yet to face the vaunted Roman infantry, long as his arrival to northern Italy restores confidence. Hannibal now faces armies of both Roman consuls.
We'll assign these delegates. We'll probably end the stream here. It's kind of starting to be a good stopping point. We are going to vote against, even though my friend Polynesia put this up for a vote, I need to vote against it because I get money off of crabs. I get money and happiness and trade stuff from crabs. So I need this not to pass. I'm actually voting against my friend here. Kind of a jerk for putting that up to a vote in the first place. But hopefully enough people in total feel the same and they vote against this crabs thing. The sciences things, I don't really care. It would probably help me a little bit if it passed. Either way, I don't really care. I'm so far behind in sciences, I'm not really competing anymore in that. What I do need to do is make sure I keep the crab economy open. I need to keep the crab trade open and flowing, you know? So I can't have that. Can that reach? No. And yeah, I'm probably going to stop here. It's a good stopping point. Again, we're going to send this guy around as kind of a disruptor and a distraction. Same with this guy. A little bit of a disruptor, a little bit of a distraction. And next time I stream, it might be a long time, guys. I might not get any more free days like this in a while, unless we get some crazy weather at work and I have some free time. So it might be in a while in my next gaming stream, but whenever we pick back up, whenever we do pick things back up here, we are going to continue waging the war against Indonesia and conquer. We'll just go ahead and conquer the rest of Spain. I'm going to leave these alone, so I'll just let Homeboy Mongolia come here and finish them off here in Northern Africa. I'm going to try to just wipe them off and just conquer all of Spain, eliminate them entirely from the game. Indonesia, just bring them into my empire, forcibly bring them into my empire. And what it looks like overall, where we're sitting right now, is Ottomans for sure are in first place, kind of decisively. They might have already won the game. The Ottomans over here, these guys in white, these white guys over here, the Jews, mostly Jewish, almost entirely Jewish, even though the Iroquois are the people who founded Judaism in this game right here. They have successfully spread Judaism to the entire Ottoman Empire. So the Ottomans and the Iroquois over here, the Jews of Turkey and Israel and Syria and Lebanon, they are going to be my for sure end of game. It's going to be me versus them, East versus West, Christians versus the Jews to end the game. That's going to kind of be how it is. Maybe in real life. Maybe also in real life too, you know. But yeah, it's going to be the Christians of the West versus the Jews of the East. That's kind of how this game is going to shake out at the end. See here, I can plunder this trade route, get a little bit of gold, mess its economy up a little bit. Then I want to send this ship back home and heal. Same with this ship. I don't want to go too crazy. Sink one more ship. We'll buy the rest of those tiles. We got him getting the coal, right? Yeah, he's getting that coal. And we'll get this other coal. At some point, we'll build some factories. When we next stream, we'll build some factories. We'll kind of build more of an army, more of a giant navy. We'll finish taking over Indonesia. That was a successful day of war, guys. We conquered 4 cities. We took 42 of his military units. We just destroyed his military. Took 42 of his military units. He took exactly 20 of mine. So it literally ended up being a 2-to-1 ratio. Just good job, guys. Good job. Good war. Good war. After that, I'll just probably regroup and resettle. And I might have to come take Arabia because they're just being dumb and stupid and giving away cities and letting Japan walk all over them. And they're just sitting here with valuable cities, not really doing anything effectively with them. I'll probably have to send a military over, kind of like Hannibal. I'll probably have to pull a Hannibal and move some troops over this pass, through Hannibal's pass in the Alps, and come conquer northern Italy like Hannibal did, and claim these 3 cities. This one's about to be destroyed in 4 turns. You see, he's raising this city in 4 turns. This will be just off the map. I might conquer and destroy this city as well. Just conquer, or just do the same thing. Burn this city to the ground, burn this city to the ground, and then bring Damascus, Mecca, and Baghdad into my empire here and kind of tackle northern Italy. And if you look down here, I would end up giving me all of Spain, all of France, and then all of northern Italy. So I would end up with, this is my original kind of mainland right here in France. So I'd have all of France pretty just 100% secured. I'll end up with all of Spain. Without any real rivals, I'd have to probably have a navy just here to protect it from any kind of invasion from the Mongols or the Siamese down here. But that would be pretty secure. This will be pretty secure. I'll take northern Italy here, kind of help Morocco maybe fight off the Japanese here, kick them out. And then from here, I would have northern Italy, Spain, and France. I might build some more cities over here if there's oil, and I need to like acquire that. So I'll probably expand cities over here if there's oil somewhere in this empty space area where no one's really settled. If there's oil, again, I'll probably move some settlers over, build some new cities, add that to my empire. As of now, I don't have to do any conquest. There's this one random Mayan, the Mayans from Greece, walked all the way up here. Look at how far. The Mayans of Greece, kind of a navy empire here at Greece. They walked all the way up here with a land unit and put a tiny little city right there. So at some point, if Maya is messing around with me or someone wants me to go to war with them, I might move some troops over and come take this little city and maybe build a couple cities up here and, you know, kind of take over Austria, Yugoslavia area, Czechoslovakia area. And yeah, from there, this will kind of be my empire, the European Northwestern Empire of the map. And my guess the rest of the game is that I'll be fighting the Ottomans, who will slowly probably take over Korea and the Iroquois and the Japanese. And it'll probably end up with like a giant Eastern Empire here, the Ottomans. And it'll be against me here. These three nations, or these four nations, the Polynesians, the Persians, the Siamese, and the Mongols, they're all going to start going to war with each other and fighting each other and wanting me to help fight them and stuff. But whoever wins these wars really will be like the southern threat. And then these countries in the middle here, again, Arabia, this portion of Polynesia's empire, the Mayans over here, the Iroquois, and even the Moroccans, they're kind of in the middle of what's really going to break down between the Eastern power, the Northwestern power, and then there's going to be emerging a Southern power. So that'll kind of be the end of the game. What it looks like is kind of like a giant fight between the Northwest, the South here in Africa, and then the Eastern Ottomans. So, yeah, that's going to kind of be the rest of the game. Fighting and strategizing and maneuvering. And we'll just go ahead and convert Baghdad real quick. Move him there. We'll heal this ship. And yeah, we'll save this game. We'll call the stream. We'll end the stream there. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for putting up with me, guys. I love you. I love you dearly. I'll try to stream. I mean, next day I have like a rain day. I don't have work for some reason. I'll probably hop on. So it'll be like a random like this. No advance warning, probably really. And I'll probably just hop on and we'll get back to the game. We'll get back to listening to interesting docs about like the Roman Empire and Hannibal and maybe some presidents, maybe some interesting history. Maybe go back to doing some sermons. We'll see. We might just go back to doing some sermons. But yeah, I'll end it there. Thank you guys. Love you guys. Have a good night. What is today? Wednesday? Have a good rest of your week. Make sure you go to church on Sunday. You degenerate heathens out there, make sure you're going to church on Sunday. I'm sure the sermon's going to be great. I'm sure the fellowship's going to be amazing. You're going to make friends. You're going to solidify your familial bonds with your brothers and sisters in Christ at church on Sunday. So be there. I do have some actual normal streams coming up, a couple normal streams, do some book reports on some stuff I've been reading, and got a couple blogs coming out in the next couple months. What else? Some good news for my dude streams. Dumb little memes and stuff along the way. So we got some stuff coming out. So stay tuned. Guys. Love you guys.